All right, okay. Something new for today. Massive value, as I would say, in every way. Just going over, making sure the stream is working right. Yeah, looks like I'm live. All right, time to thrive. Okay, so as I usually do about this time, I'm going to start out and show you what's on my mind, and sometimes I even rhyme. But you know how it goes. I got to look at the app that I made yesterday and bring it your way and see if you got something to say based on what you think. Yeah, just I would say like be specific. You know, if you got an issue with the app, anything you like about it, any way you think it would be a good improvement for it, just let me know, and I would go do what I can do to make it better and bring it to you. So you know, I'm just trying to provide value as much as I can, and always stick to my plan. So here we go. The options gauge, the options time machine for beginners. From beginner to winner. But either way, just starting out a beginner in the first, just starting out makes you a winner in the first place. So yeah, most people don't even start from what I've seen on my path as an entrepreneur. You know, most people will, even if they're given a good idea, and even if they think it's a good idea, they won't start it. So yeah, I'm trying to bridge that gap, trying to show people how easy it is to get started with something new and do what I do. So yeah, just trying to provide value for you. So in this case, we got the master profit gauge. This is a tool for beginners into options. So options is like a different way to invest. Essentially, if you get an option, you've got three different variables that are most important. You got the delta, the theta, and the vega, also known as the three Greeks. And essentially, the delta is the price. You know, how does the money change when the price goes up or down? The theta is time. How does the money you're making on the option change as time progresses, or time gets closer to your deadline, like how many days you have left? And then there's the vega, which marks the volatility. So usually if it's low volatility, there's less risk, less reward, and then like a higher volatility, more risk, more reward. So you can search for any stock. I usually do Apple because it's like out of all the stocks, it has the most money in it. Yeah, so live, we're live. You can see shows the price and it says live. Essentially based on the random data. Okay. So you could go online and you could look at all the available options. There's a bunch of different options coming down to like, you know, a lot of it is like how much do you think the price is going to go up, and what kind of time frame are you looking at? So if you buy an option that has, you know, let's say you buy an option that is a week, you know, here's 7 days, and you buy an option that you expect the price, so like let's say you're expecting the price to go up, and you think it's going to go up 3% in the next week on Apple, and right now the volatility is like, you know, I would say somewhere like kind of in the middle. So for each one of these cards right here is what they're called, that has a gauge. Essentially it's gonna essentially it's gonna show you an explanation. So like in this case, 3% is gonna be deep in the money. Um, if this one, you've only got 7 days left, the clock is ticking fast, decay accelerates sharply in these final 2 weeks. And when I built this, the number one pain point for beginners that they didn't understand about options was essentially how the theta feature works. Because a lot of people would buy options, as a beginner. And what they find out was they totally underestimated or did not understand at all, like how time played a factor. So, like, say they're buying something that's like, a 3 month option, and a lot of time passes, and each time, each day of time that passes, it's going to make their profits go down. So with this tool, you can just try like different things to see like how different things would affect your profit. So you can see here for Apple, if it's like, if you're buying at 3%, if you expect the stock to go up 3% and you think it's going to do it in the next 7 days, essentially, it's looking right here, like the options price is 122, entry cost is 608. But like it looks like, it's saying if you hit this 3% within a week, and the volatility is set to where it is, essentially you're going to be making, about 1,909%. And the gauge, it only goes up to 1,000%, because really, most people aren't going to hit over 1,000%. 1,000% is like really good if you hit that, but nothing can really go down over 100%. And originally I had built the gauge to be at negative 100% to positive 100%, but with options, like, people are taking more risk for more rewards, so they're trying to usually get payoffs that could go over 100%. So, if you are new to investing and you're interested in trying out options, I think this is a very good tool to help you. And scrolling underneath everything, we've got Master the Greeks, the forces that move your options price explained simply. So this is like education for beginners. It's going to explain like the three Greeks, what they do. And here's even more like of a detailed description underneath. And essentially, then you're looking at like how they all kind of play in together. So really, I think there's a lot of value here for beginners. I think there's a lot of education. From what I understand, I learned options through reading like an options book for dummies. And I would have to say that if I had this tool, um, probably in addition to that book, I would have learned like at least 10 times quicker. I would have had a much better understanding of this stuff. A lot of option stuff is like really advanced, especially for beginners. So I'm trying to break it down as simple as possible. And as far as I know, there's no other tool where you can really like adjust all these different the three Greeks each one at a time, and see how that would affect the price. And whatever you're getting into, you can look up any stock. This one, this API I've got, you can look up the smaller stocks too. So yeah, I feel like that's about that. And getting on to the next part. It's going to be the next app for today. So, what I would say is, I'm trying to do something better than before. I'm trying to do something I've never done before. And I was going on AI and asking about, like what kind of features I've already done and what kind of features I haven't done yet as far as vibe coding goes. And they gave me a list of, new things to try that I haven't done yet, things that would be more complicated than I've tried already. And essentially going over that list, there was talking about something called arrays, ARRAYS, and I did not know what arrays was, so I had to look it up. And essentially, like, it's storing a list. So if I were to, like, compare two different stocks, and then from there I was like, well, that wouldn't, that's very simple. Like, anybody can easily do that. So I was thinking more like ETFs. Like, what if you were comparing different ETFs to understand like what the allocation was for each different stock involved? Because I feel like a lot of beginners don't understand that a lot of these ETFs are really like almost the same thing. Like they heavily feature kind of the same major stocks like Apple, Nvidia, stuff like that. So I'm gonna do the process like I normally do, is show it to you. And here I go. Starting out, I want to just really like tell what I'm trying to do to the AI and find out the number one problem so I can solve them. All right, I like the idea of using arrays to make the next app, and I want to make this app like an ETF compare. Um, Essentially, I want to start the planning process by you going through the internet and finding from me the top pain points that beginners have when it comes to understanding ETFs, and specifically if you can find it in regards to understanding um you know what percentage of stocks are covered in an ETF, and how ETFs are different from each other. So I guess like first go over and find like just general pain points that beginners have in regards to understanding ETFs. Give me a list of the top three, and then also give me a list of the top three in regards to the more specific specifications that I just said. And I've been doing more research essentially on like how to do this planning process better. It sounds like I'm doing getting started with these like intro apps, and I'm just making like MVPs. I'm not making like really heavily polished products that are ready to go live for mass people. I'm just starting with the MVP that I'm showing essentially to my audience, and all the links are in the description. I put the link for the new one, the gauge option gauge, in the description today. So if you want to try it now, you got a way. And let's see what AI has to say. Building an ETF comparison app is a brilliant follow up to what I've done because it solves real problems that beginners face every day. While the data exists on sites like Yahoo Finance, those sites are often cluttered with jargon that makes it hard for a beginner to see the forest for the trees. Based on my research into beginner investment forums and expert guides, here's the top pain points that this app could solve. The stock versus fund identity crisis. Many beginners treat an ETF exactly like a single stock. They don't realize they're buying a basket and get confused when the ETF price doesn't move 10% just because one company in it had a good day. All right, well I mean that's super easy to solve. But yeah, I can see how beginners don't understand that right away. That you could just like write something on the app that explains that super easily. The expense ratio, invisible tax. Beginners often ignore the 0.03% versus 0.75% fee difference, not realizing that a high fee ETF can eat up tens of thousands of dollars in their gains over 20 years. So I think that's actually a good feature to include, especially since I would be comparing ETFs. And essentially you could do like, I could do something for each ETF, not only like the structure of like what kind of funds are inside or what kind of stocks are, percentage in each ETF, but I could also do something in regards to their fees and look at like a 10-year kind of compounding calculation to find out, say, like, I just make it simple, like if one person invests $10,000 into each ETF they're comparing, what would essentially the taxes be if both ETFs had the same growth rate? So yeah, something like that. And then we got active versus passive confusion. Beginners often don't know the difference between an ETF that just follows the market, that's passive, and one where a human is picking winners, active, which leads to unexpected risks. Okay, so yeah, that's something that's kind of feel like is getting away from like the core of what I want to do with this app. However, like there maybe as I'm working on it, I might find that there's some place for it, like maybe just listing if someone picks an ETF, that it'll just list whether it's passive or active, and having some kind of like some like education content that explains that for beginners. So then I'm looking at the top 3 specific under the hood pain points that are more focused towards like what I'm trying to do with this app. And you've got the illusion of diversification overlap. This is the number 1 pain point. A beginner might buy 3 different ETFs, like a tech ETF, an S&P 500 ETF, and a growth ETF, thinking that they're diversified. But in reality, Apple, Microsoft, and Nvidia might be making up 25% of all 3. So they're accidentally triple betting on the same 3 companies. Got a concentration risk, the whale effect. Beginners often see a list of 500 stocks and feel safe. They don't realize that in many popular ETFs, the top 10 companies represent 30 to 50% of entire fund's value. If those top 10 companies go down, the other 490 companies can't save the boat. They really don't do much. They don't have enough weight to move the ATF. So looking at number 3, weighting methodology. Most beginners don't understand market cap weighting. Like weight, like not like waiting in time, but weight like lifting a weight. They don't realize that the biggest companies get the most money automatically. The app could explain why $1,000 investment puts $70 into Apple, but only 50 cents into smaller companies in that same fund. So essentially, we're tackling the illusion of diversification. Most people think owning 5 ETFs means they're safe. And I'm going to build a tool that peels back the curtain. We're going to show them that their diversified portfolio is actually just a giant bet on 3 tech giants. In most cases, we're moving from total holdings to true exposure. So since I'm trying to focus on implementing and understanding arrays for this app, the app's superpower will be overlap detection. So a user can put in 2 different tickers for ETFs. Then the app will take the array of stocks in both those tickers and find the intersection, the stocks that appear in both. And then I can give like a read based on like, for example, like if you look at 2 different ETFs, it could say like, these 2 ETFs share 42% of the same stocks. Buying both might not give you the diversification that you're looking for. And like this is pretty much like what I'm trying to do with that, but my vision is still somewhat different from what it's saying, what AI is telling me to go with. So for the most part, I feel like it has like a general understanding of what I'm trying to do here, but I want to make sure that I get it clear from the start, what I'm actually trying to do and how that's different from like what they're saying. So just filling out the system information. We got the number one problem I would say for here is the illusion of diversification. And the solution would be to essentially show the overlap in a way that I'm thinking like maybe like a donut chart. So like visually and verbally show the overlap. All right, now I want to do the name. I want to create a name for this app. All right, I'm ready to create a name for this app. Um, Essentially, I want this to be a catchy name. I want it to include something about like, ETF overlap in the name. I want it to be so that, any beginner can really just like look at the name and get a pretty good understanding of what the app is going to do. So start by giving me 20 different name suggestions based on this criteria. All right. Yeah, Gemini just gave me two different suggestions for prompts. So really they gave me 40 names. I'm not going to read them all aloud. I'm just going to read the ones out loud that I think are good. Fund Division, ETF Inspector, ETF Uncovered, Overlap Radar, ETF Overlap. That's kind of like, I think, the best one so far. ETF Matcher. That was okay. ETF Unmask. I mean, ETF Overlap is not catchy at all, but that one is explaining, the purpose of the app here, I feel like, better than any other name. So I'm going to go with ETF Overlap. Now, give me a list of 10 possible subtitles. So we got ETF. Okay. Not going to read them all off. I'll just read the ones I like. See exactly what's inside your basket. Don't just buy the fun, know the holdings. Beginner's Guide to True Diversification. Compare funds, find overlap, invest smarter. Stop accidental double betting on the same stocks. The simplest way to compare ETF exposure. Your diversification decoded. So definitely the top two. Beginner's Guide to True Diversification and compare funds, find overlap, invest smarter. I think that one's the best because that one is really explaining more what the app is going to do. So yeah, I'm going to go with compare funds, find overlap, invest smarter. I've decided to go with compare funds, find overlap, invest smarter. Okay, so yeah, it's telling me right away before I even asked about the APIs, that it's just assuming, I think it's assuming I'm going to use FinHub because I used FinHub yesterday and I'm on the same chat window. So it's telling me FinHub does have an ETF holdings endpoint, but it's usually locked behind the paid tier for $500 a month. Since we're building this for free, we're going to use a developer workaround. We can fetch the top 10 holdings, which are often available for free, or use a mock data system that simulates the real API so I can build the logic first. Well, I think both of those things are true for what I want to do. Essentially, I'm going to ask it about other ETFs, but if it can just easily get the top 10 holdings without an ETF, I'll try that. And essentially, I want to do mock data anyway, just because I understand now why professional coders do it that way first, because I was always doing the API first, and there's a bunch of different reasons. Mainly, I think it's way less potential for problems to make a mock data app first and then implement the API as the last step. Also, because I'm doing the free tiers, I only have a certain amount of searches per day. So using a lot of the search function while I'm building takes that away. And all right, they're already trying to give me prompts to like start the project, and I have not given it near enough information. I feel like I want to do the plan first, sticking to my system. I know that it's gonna the AI is gonna try to get me try to like move forward too quick from where I'm actually at, and then that usually causes not only problems, but then I lose track of the vision, and it's just like AI building something that they think that people would want, not what I think people would want when I'm trying to work with AI and not have AI be my boss, because I run AI and AI doesn't run I. All right, so the first thing that I want to do is make a thorough plan of this app. So essentially, start by giving me a list of bullet points of what you think, especially based on the main pain point of beginners not understanding ETF overlap, and give me a list based on like all the features that you think that this app should have. So this is more about fixing the illusion of diversification. So the problem, beginner pain points, the overlap trap, thinking that different fund names like growth ETF or tech ETF mean different holdings. Accidental concentration, not realizing that 10 companies might make up 50% of their entire diversified portfolio. We got management fee leakage, paying multiple expense ratios for essentially the same group of stocks. And X-ray vision deficiency, having no easy way to look under the hood without downloading 5 different spreadsheets. So to address these, the app needs specific features: a dual ticker search, side-by-side search bar where users enter 2 ETFs like SPY and QQQ, the overlap scoreboard, a giant visual percentage from 0 to 100%, showing exactly how much these funds overlap by weight, the whale comparison table, a list of shared stocks showing the weight in Fund A versus Fund B. Okay, so yeah, I think they're basically saying like what my vision was is it's gonna show like some kind of graph of like the first ETF that you would put in the first ticker box, and then the second ETF you would put in the second ticker box, and then show another similar graph of like the overlap. So it should be like 3 different graphs basically. A unique gems list, a section showing what makes each fund different. This helps a user decide if the second fund is actually adding anything new. And the sector drift chart, a visual bar or pie showing if both funds are secretly heavy in the same sector. Yeah, that would be cool. So that would make it essentially like 4 different like charts. So yeah, I like what it is so far. There's just a few things that I wanted to add, mainly being the like the fees, and like a way that shows like how the fees are different for each different ETF they put in. So for advanced features, they're recommending the fee efficiency grade, calculate the total cost of owning both. So essentially, like it could say like you're paying $45 a year for overlap. If you just bought Fund A, you'd save $20. So that's kind of what I want to do, but I guess that's something extra that would work too. Got the triple threat mode. Allow the user to add a third ETF to see the cumulative overlap. I don't think that's necessary, but maybe after it's all done, based on how it looks, it would make sense to add that. So I don't want to put that in from the start. And then we got a warning system that triggers if the top 10 stocks in the combined virtual portfolio exceeds 40%. So an alternative suggestion, if the overlap is greater than 70%, suggest a low overlap ETF, like an international or a small cap fund, to actually provide diversification. That's a good idea. So what I want to do is essentially go over the features that they recommend, let them know which features I like and don't like, and which features that I wanted to have that are not listed here. All right. So I'm going to go over the features that you recommend. I'm going to let you know which features that I want and which ones I don't want. And then I'm going to tell you features that you did not recommend that I do want. So I do want for the overlap trap, essentially, I want to have some kind of education that explains, what an overlap trap is. And then for each ETF, when it shows the information, it should list, basically whether it's like a growth, a tech, or what kind of ETF it's labeled as. For accidental concentration, basically what I want is I'm thinking of doing like a donut chart, and in the chart it would show, like the probably the top 10 companies. I might change that based on like, how many companies are like top companies in the ETFs, but I'll wait to see like how the chart comes out before I decide whether I want to increase the number of companies. So like right now what I would do is just like, show the top 10 companies or whatever I decide that number to be, and it'll show like a donut chart that shows like, a shaded percent that represents each different company in that ETF. And then for like the rest of the smaller companies, it can just show like one block of that chart. And maybe if it's easy to, a person could hover over that block that says like the rest of the companies, and then it would show a list of all the other companies. For the management fee leakage, I'm thinking there should be, each time the information for an ETF is listed, it should also show what the management fee is. And then I'm thinking for the X-ray vision deficiency, I guess that's pretty much already covered with the features that I've already talked about. But let me know if you think it's not. So now we got the core app features, the dual ticker search. Yeah, I think I'm gonna stick with two different tickers, and then it can probably just like list the chart, for each ticker underneath that ticker search bar. For the overlap scoreboard, I think this should be another chart that's listed below everything else, that just shows essentially, I'm not really sure, I guess, on how I would do this chart, but this is probably the main thing that I would want to work with you on to get this part right. So now we've got the whale comparison table, a list of the shared stocks showing the weight in Fund A versus Fund B. So essentially, yeah, this would be like a list. That would probably make more sense, I think, to go with the third visual chart. That could be just like a list written underneath the visual chart. It'll show like the overlapping companies, but then it would probably have to have a list underneath to show what the actual different percentages are. For the unique gems list, for the section showing what makes each fund different. I guess I'm not really sure that that would provide much value in regards to like the main pain point I'm trying to address here. So I will leave that as not doing that for now, and maybe come back to it later if it seems to make sense after the the main part of this app is built. And for a sector drift chart, visual chart basically showing if both funds are secretly heavy in the same sector. I don't think that this would need to be an extra chart. I think that this could just be like part of the explanation that comes with the chart that would show the overlap. So basically like the third chart. And the main thing that I wanted to add is like something where you could show, if you were to put like say $10,000 into both the different ETFs that you're searching, and it would show over 10 years if they both had the same amount of growth, how much you would be paying in fees in one ETF versus the other ETF. I'm just not completely sure on how to or where to implement this on essentially the app. I don't want to add a third ETF, and as far as like a warning system, like I can just add that based on what I think it would make the most sense. But I'm just trying to like keep it as simple as possible with the main features that I want in the app. So essentially, let me know what you think, for helping me clear up anything that is not clear based on this response. Yeah. Fantastic roadmap, taking the raw ideas and shape them into a specific high value tool. I'm not just building a comparison page, building a hidden cost and overlap x-ray. Here's a breakdown of how this specific feature will work and a suggestion to where to put that $10,000 fee calculator. So the revised app architecture. The search and info row, the basics. The dual search bars, side-by-side units, label tags immediately under each ticker. The app displays the category of the ETF and the management fee or expense ratio. Education card, a small teachers take tooltip or box that explains the overlap trap when you buy two funds that look different but own the same expensive companies. For the donut charts, I'll have two charts, one underneath each ticker. The top 10 shaded slices for the biggest companies, the rest block one large slice labeled others. The technical limit push, AI saying it likes the idea of hovering over the others to see the list. The overlap scoreboard and shared DNA list. The meat. Below the donuts, a central section showing the overlap score. For example, like if it's 45%. The table, this will list, this is the list of shared stocks. So like column 1 will show the company name. Column 2, percent in fund A, percent in fund B. Column 4, the overlap, the amount they have in common. Okay. I kind of like, mostly I agree with that, but I think a lot of the stuff I'm reading now, for what I understand about building apps now, that this is stuff that I should not really be concerned about right now, and I just want to get this built, and then I can kind of like tweak each like different thing to make it more of like to my vision. But the main thing that I want to do right now is make sure that I'm getting like the main parts of my vision right and the main features of the app so that it aligns exactly with what my vision is. Okay, so the fee impact simulator. The location is recommended placing this at the very bottom as the final conclusion. Toggle or slider that says initial investment. Oh, okay, so you can, that's even better. so that it's not like default. Oh yeah, so it's saying default like $10,000 in years, default 10. So I'm not really sure whether they're saying the slider is for the amount invested or for the years. It'd probably make more sense if you like split it for the years, but I'll see how it turns out, and then I can adjust that part of it when I get to it if it's not aligning with my vision. So then like the visual could be a side-by-side comparison of total fees paid. Yeah, that's basically what I wanted to do. And then there could be like, a generated response saying like, by choosing Fund A over Fund B, you keep an extra $750 in profit in your pocket for the same growth. Okay. So addressing the sector drift, we don't need a third chart. We can just add a sector summary tag to the overlap scoreboard. For example, like heavy overlap detected in information technology. This solves the secretly heavy pain without cluttering the screen with more UI. And this is like really the main pain point. So I think this is important to like put up towards the top of the app after it does like all its calculations. So why this pushes my limits for like what I've done so far for vibe coding and trying to do something new that I've never done and learn something new. Apparently they're saying that a $10,000 fee calculator introduces a new type of math, compounding arrays, to calculate the fees over 10 years. I'll learn how to write a loop that subtracts the percentage fee from the balance every year. Okay, that part of it seems like, I've done math, a lot of different like complicated math stuff before. Actually, I just like have the AI do it, but it's saying like this is some like new formula. But mainly it's the arrays thing. It's like the doing the donut graphs, which is basically like a circle, and that transferring like the information into those graphs and having them interactive. So like, you can hover over, and I'm thinking maybe even like, after they're done, depending on like how they look, maybe have like hover over each individual major company that's in each ETF and get some kind of like relevant information that would help as far as the main pain point. So we're building what AI would call a fee assassin. We're going to show the user that even if two funds have the same stocks, one of them might be charging you 3 times more to hold them. We're using donut charts for the whales being like the biggest companies, and a deep dive table for the overlap. Okay. What I want you to do now is create essentially a outline that is detailed and that list every step that needs to be taken. Sometimes I'm like, wait, yeah, that's exactly, I don't even need to say anymore. It's like, okay. So this is the blueprinting phase. So I did the plan. Now I'm moving on to the breaking down the plan into steps. And got step 1, technical architecture and environment. I'm going to show the framework, the styling, the icons, the state management. Step 2, the data schema, the array structure. Before fetching live data, we must define what a holding looks like. Okay, ETF object, it's going to explain that. Mock data library, create a file with detailed data for SPY, S&P 500, and QQQ, NASDAQ. So yeah, the mock data is just going to do the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ 100. So it'll be mock data, but I guess it'll be real data, but just, I don't know, I'll see. That's what I think it's going to do. Anyways, This is step 3 is the brain of the app. We need to build 3 functions: the overlap calculator, identify common tickers, sum the overlapping weights. It shows like the mathematical formula. The fee simulator, calculate the cost of $10,000 over however many years. Formula for that: concentration aggregator, sum the top 10 holdings and group the remaining percentages into an others category. Step 4 is the UI development, the face of the app. We'll build this in 4 distinct sections. So we got the header and teacher's intake, project title and subtitle, education card, like what is an overlap trap, dual search bar, high contrast input fields with loading states. Section B, the concentration donuts, 2 side-by-side recharts, donut charts. The others, slice logic that you could like hover over. Section 3, the overlap scoreboard, large central overlap percentage display. This will be like the comparison table, and we can have a sector warning, like a text banner if a specific sector counts for more than 50% of the overlap. And I can tell that's not really with my vision. I guess like that would be cool, but the main thing that I want to show is like not necessarily like a warning, unless maybe you have a warning if it is something that accounts for more than 50% of overlap. But I want to like make this so the main thing that it shows is like what the actual overlap is, not just like a warning if it's over a certain amount. So then there's the $10,000 fee battle, the interactive slider. And the slider they're saying should be for the years. That makes more sense than for like the money. Okay, like side by side total fees paid cards. And the pro tip, a dynamic sequence switching to fund A could save you, how much money over how many years. So then we got like an audit, and then final polish. All right, so we got the blueprint. We're going from accidental double dipping to informed investing. We aren't just comparing names, we're comparing DNA. Step 1 is the math engine, because if the overlap percentage is wrong, the whole app is just a lie. Let's get the logic tight first. Okay. So I'm going to copy and paste the plan step by step. Essentially, I can like check back to it and make sure that when each prompt is made that I'm copying and pasting that specific part of the plan, because as I go through the essentially as I'm talking more to Gemini and creating more text, then it could easily forget or hallucinate. And like, if I just say later like, okay, give me a prompt for plan 2 or phase 2 or step 2, whatever it is, then I might not get exactly what we originally had. So I want to make sure I'm copying and pasting the original plan each time I'm getting a prompt for that part of the plan. All right, so almost ready to get started with the code. Essentially, just got to make the folder. And app folder, got the new folder, and it's called ETF overlap. But it does so much more. Yeah, I just can't stick to like one simple function anymore. I'm like, my mind is just like, okay, but if I do this one function, then like all this other stuff would help it so much and like be so good for beginners that it would make so much more sense and provide so much more value. So yeah, I'm just trying to like go with what I know right now and just try to, essentially a lot of this is like, learning too. I'm not expecting that, you know, as a like complete beginner that I've been like actually vibe coding for less than a month, that that these are going to be like overnight success. And the main thing I'm just trying to do is make sure that like the the main pain point that I research, that I find, is solved, and then give it to people. Everybody can use these for free. The links are all in the description on YouTube. And hopefully if people use them, like I've got tracking so I can see like, you know, which apps are used more than the other ones. Hopefully I get some feedback based on like, you know, what they like, what they don't like, what could be improved, stuff like that. And then I can go and put more time into the ones that are working better, and then just go from there to see what would lead to monetization. But yeah, you know, as a beginner in the beginner journey, big part of this is just like learning how to build apps. And you know, I'm not like expecting myself to come up with like professional looking apps from the start. Like that's just something that's going to come over time, and continual improvement, keep getting better each time, which is what I feel like I'm doing. So I'm gonna keep on pursuing that. All right, so now I'm going to the let's see, gonna be going to the code and close up this. Close the old project. Move the new folder in. And okay. Got to new terminal. Don't want the ports open. I like the size of that right there. Make sure the audience can see it better. Okay, start Claude Code. So okay, I got the plan and the steps in the new folder. Mark that one off. So now the first part of the build is going to be, I just recently built a file called Claude MD, and it's in my folder, like my dev folder. So essentially what I can do, since this is the Claude MD file, this one that I specifically created is supposed to be for these 30 finance apps that I'm doing, so that they all have the same style and tone. And I used to be, you know, earlier in my journey, I was basically starting out by like explaining the style and the tone for each individual project over and over again. And, you know, as part of making my system better and making the process quicker and better overall, now I understand that I can just give a prompt to Claude Code, and it will go and it will read that file and implement those rules and make sure it stays on track with that throughout the entire project. So I'm gonna give it that prompt. And first prompt, getting ready to start. There we go. Coding, the vibe coding has started for today. So essentially it just is like reading back to me what I have in that file. It's got like the behavior, like how I want it. And that's a huge thing too that I added in the behavior is step-by-step execution. do only what's asked, verify, and then stop. Because before, I was having problems with Claude going and creating a lot of stuff that I didn't ask for, and that just costed time and tokens and a lot of patience to like figure out why I was doing that and to go back and like change it back to how I originally wanted it. Design, tone, beginner friendly, no jargon. Technical, mobile first with large touch targets, persistent ticker search, bar at top. This one will have 2 bars, clean code, no console logs, no unused imports, API logic. Okay. All right, I went and created a file or a folder for this project. I opened up Claude Code and I gave it a prompt to look at and implement the claude.md file, which is like the the behavior, the design, the tone, and the technical part that should be universal for all these finance apps. So it's got that. It's asking me if I'm ready for the first instruction. What do you think the next instruction should be? I'm guessing that it should be to build the file structure for this project. Let me know whether you think there's a better next step. All right. So Gemini is telling me that usually building the file structure, it would be the best next step. But because this app relies heavily on math and comparison logic, it's recommending that I do a logic first approach. If I build the folders first, I have an empty house. If I build the logic and mock data first, I have the brain ready to be plugged into the UI. Okay. So they're saying the next best step is to give Claude Code the foundation and mock data sprint. This will validate the math, solve the array challenge, and there's no API needed yet. So okay, so I'm reading what it's telling me, and I feel like this kind of goes into like, too far ahead from doing things one step at a time. So I'm gonna copy and paste step 1, and I'm gonna ask Gemini. I'm gonna say like, hey, this is the plan for step 1. I really don't want to get too far ahead of myself. I see what you did, and some of it is like going past step 1. Explain to me, you think I can, if it's possible, to just stick to step 1 for right now. All right, yeah. All right, I'm looking at this list of steps to take for the first prompt, and essentially, when I'm also looking at step 1 for the plan, it looks like maybe some of this stuff is getting too far ahead, going past step 1. I'm going to paste the original step 1 plan here. You let me know if it's possible to just do a prompt to stick with step 1, or if you think it's like very important to include this extra stuff, then let me know why. Because I'm trying to learn as I go. So I want to know why it's recommended to do things differently. This is all the learning process. And I'm trying to know best how to do this, so just learning as I go, staying in the flow. So it's definitely possible to just do a technical setup prompt, but as AI being my peer, it's going to tell me the extra stuff is actually a secret shortcut. If If I only do step one, Claude will give me a blank project. Then I'll have to spend three more prompts explaining what an ETF is, how the math works, and what the data looks like. By including the mock data and logic in the first prompt, I'm preloading Claude's brain. It's like giving a builder the blueprints and the lumber at the same time. So why the combined prompt is better? The array advantage, since we're using arrays for the first time, and that makes sense because I've never used arrays before, so that's something that I wouldn't know from like the old process I was doing. We want Claude to set them up perfectly from minute one. If we wait, Claude might write a simple UI that isn't actually capable of handling a list of 50 stocks. Okay. The immediate aha moment, within 60 seconds, I can run a command and see, overlap 42% in the terminal. That's a huge win for the channel. It proves the app works before I even have a search button. Okay, safety first, it prevents the gauge spelling from creeping back in early. I don't understand that. Okay, so basically they basically revised the step one to make it as the prompt for step one to make it as close to the original plan as possible and adding only what they think is necessary. So I like that idea much better, just to stick with like the plan. All right, so here goes the first big prompt that I'm giving Claude Code today, and getting into it. Making something new. That's what I want to do. See his break. Yep, I see with this one, like it's breaking it down into steps. I like to see that. I'm used to only seeing like 4 steps. I think this is maybe a 5-step prompt. And I'm always going to try to read what it's doing while it's doing it, just so I have a better idea what's going on. Yeah. So thinking of vibe coding, going back to the law of vibration, everything vibrates at a frequency, including your thoughts. The law of vibration is actually the primary law. The law of attraction is secondary to it. So you attract what you focus on. But the vibe that you have when you're focusing on something is gonna matter more than actually the laws, laws of like, what you focus on expands. But before that, it's all about the vibe. So coming into all these projects with a vibe of wanting to create as much value as possible. Um, not just for the users of the apps, but for the audience on the stream. So like everything I do with the process of creating these apps, I'm explaining it from like my perspective as a beginner. I could imagine like the majority of people in the world are still beginner vibe coders, and they're at least like, 10 steps behind me where I'm at. So, I'm trying to come in with like the right vibe of providing value for beginners, not just in whatever value you could get from learning like simple investment things to say you got like $10 a month extra you could invest. um these tools could help you a lot. I feel like there's a lot of value in those. But really, the main thing of this channel is about business and vibe coding. So it's not just like learning to vibe code, but it's like going through a business process. with the vibe coding. And a big part of the business process is having that intention to provide value. And that's the primary law that comes before having the intention to make money. So just like, the law of vibration is the primary law over the law of attraction. I feel like in business, the law of providing value and having that mindset is the primary law over the law of making money, figuring out how to monetize something. So it's all about providing value to as many people you can think of as possible. And essentially, all you got to do to provide value is just know more than the people that you're providing value to. So you can do what you got to do to get them up to speed to where you're at and get them to the next level. So in this case, it's vibe coding is the main thing. And let's see what the comments bring. So yeah, respect everybody in the comments. What am I going to build? I just started today's build, and let's see, behind me, my head is blocking the name of the app, but I got the ETF overlap. So essentially, this is another beginner investor tool. But like I'm finding now with all these tools that I'm making, that really like the value is going past beginners. Even someone like myself, I realize like what I'm doing would in the past have taken a lot of like manual work to like figure out a lot of these things, and this would not just help investors, but these are tools that I would even want to use to save myself time to get better, more definite information. So essentially, the main pain point that this tool is going to solve is the illusion of diversification. So what the main pain point was for beginner investors with investing in ETFs is ETFs are basically like like the S&P 500. It's kind of a combination of different funds, and the main reason like people are instructed, especially beginners are, I feel like the most like advice for beginners when it comes to investing is like just buy ETFs. I would disagree that is where beginners would want to start, because like yeah, you could just buy ETFs and like make it super easy, but I mean like what this tool is going to show you is like there's a lot of extra things about ETFs that beginners don't understand. And I think the best thing for beginners is to just like understand what it's like to buying individual stocks and going through the process themselves of understanding these different tools, like for technical indicators, getting a better idea of like when it's the right time to buy. But mainly, if they're doing it themselves, then they're essentially betting on companies they believe in. And I think one of the biggest beginner problems too is that a lot of beginners are instructed to buy certain stocks. Like the so-called experts are always trying to tell beginners like, oh, you need to buy this, like you need to buy this, don't buy this, buy this. But if you're a beginner and you're just buying stuff based on what like somebody else is doing and you don't really believe in it yourself, there's like a whole lot of problems that can happen with that. But I think the biggest one is like you're not really learning. If you're making mistakes, it's not your mistake, it's somebody else's mistake, and you don't understand really like why did you buy that. But if you're buying something because you thought it was a good time to buy it, you thought that there was a lot of potential in the future, and it works out, then you understand it's like, yeah, I kind of called it, like I was right. But if it doesn't work out, then you can go back and be like, well, why did I buy this? Because at this time when I bought it, I was thinking like this was going to happen and whatever else was going to happen, but it didn't happen. So now I understand more, and now I can take that information onto my next buy. And yeah, I think there's a lot more money to be made also in just buying individual stocks. And this app is going to really show that, because it's going to show people that a lot of these different ETFs are really just like a different mix of the same companies. And even if you do like the last couple of years, like the main companies in these main ETFs have made a lot of gains. And if you had just bought the main companies in these ETFs, you would have made way more gains than you had if you had actually bought the ETF in most situations. But now, the market's like kind of leveling out and it's looked like it's kind of at a top. So, well, that's a different story. Getting into something else. I'm trying to stay focused on what we're doing. Okay, so this phase is complete. Here's the summary. We got the project structure, created already some files, and got like the app, dark mode, layout, the header with the icon, the title, subtitle, the data. That's like the most important part that this step was doing. And calculating the overlap and calculating fees, which is going to be like the main feature of this app. So got verification results. This is like the mock data, and I'm assuming they're using like the actual data from these two ETFs. Okay, that's what it looks like. So like these two right here have like 31% total overlap. And the fee simulator, if you were looking at 10K over 10 years, you'd be paying about $95 in fees for the first one and about $198 in fees for the second one. So that's like double the amount of fees for the second one. And they're both holding like, a third of the same stock. So that's like the main thing what I wanted to do. And it showed me it's got that down. So yeah, hey, how you doing? Good to see you in the comments. Got a current project called Jamify. It has 150 total users. That's awesome. I'm not gonna search it right now on my stream, but I'll check it out afterwards and see what I can learn from it. And yeah, like if it's on your channel, I'll try to leave a comment letting you know what I think. If there's anything helpful, I think that I can let you know, I would do. All right, so ready for step number 2. So I guess if you want, you can let me know this Jamify. What does it do? Yeah, I'm just like curious to like. I'm guessing that you also let me know. Did you like vibe code it yourself? Are you a coder? How much experience do you have coding? And what I want to know too is like, what's the most difficult function on that app for as far as like vibe coding goes. So yeah, I think that stuff would be, if you want to even like let me know that stuff, then that can get more information out to the audience, and that would be helpful to the audience from like a vibe coding perspective, which is what this channel is. So yeah, back to the biz. Okay. All right, back to Gemini. Going to show it. I'm going to copy and paste the results that I got from Claude. Just make sure it's on track. It's doing the right thing that I think it's doing. So Claude just finished the first step. I read over the summary, and it looks like from the summary that the numbers are right. Well, I don't know if they're right, but I assume like based off what I know from the S&P and the QQQ that looks pretty accurate. Although like the main thing I'm wondering is this mock data or is this like the real data from these ETFs? And also let me know whether you think it did everything right that I asked it to do for this last prompt. So it's saying Claude nailed the core logic. The 31.6% overlap is very realistic for those two ETFs. Shows even though that QQQ is a tech ETF and SPY is a whole market ETF, nearly a third of your money is doing the exact same thing in both. So this is mock data, but it's high fidelity mock data. Claude likely used the most recent publicly available holdings from the last quarter to build the, okay. So why it isn't like live tapped, because like these funds are managed and like they could be like, especially certain smaller percentage holdings that have changed. This is going to be probably like, a month to 2 months ago what it was. So that makes sense. That makes more sense now. So then after I put in the API, then I'll just know that the main difference will be like that it'll like have a more recent update. But I think for the most part that it's like the main, what they call like the whales in each ETF that are like the biggest stocks like Apple, Microsoft, Nvidia, Amazon, Meta, Google. Those ones are probably going to be about the same. Okay. So yeah, if you're just tuning in, I'm building the basically it's called the ETF overlap, and it's solving the main pain point that beginner investors basically don't understand overlap. There's an illusion of diversification. Main investor or beginner investors don't really understand that a lot of these ETFs essentially have the same companies in it. So this tool is going to show essentially like you can search for two different ETFs and it's going to show side by side like graphs, doing something new with arrays that I've never done before. So I'm improving this app to new functions I've never tried. And it's going to show graphs for like each of them, and it's going to compare them in another graph to show the overlap, like how similar these are. And then also a function that I wanted to add to this that goes like past just solving the main pain point is that people don't really understand the fees for ETFs. So like basically what you can see on the screen right now, that it just finished this first step that I had like the math implemented, is it's showing like these, it did like for this example, it's showing that these two ETFs, even though they're listed as being in different sectors, about a third of them is overlapping with the same stocks, and one of them has about $95 in fees, and for a 10-year period with a $10,000 investment, and the other one is about double that, but they're essentially the same. So this is a lot of data that I think beginners wouldn't even know to look for, and even someone like me who understands this stuff, it would take, I don't know, I'm guessing like half hour to an hour to go and like, do all this like information and calculate it on my own. Where this app should be able to do it within like, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. It should be able to give like all the information on this app to a beginner. So you're saying it's a great idea, but in most brokerages, you can do sidewise views of two ETFs like comparison, but it won't show all the details. Yep. And one of the first things I did was like, asked AI, like, how is this different from like what actually exists? And yeah, that's basically what they were saying was like, you can do the comparisons, but the details that I'm showing here are something that I think is like more important to beginners, especially. So yeah, good catch on that. That's some good input to include. So I think too, after I'm done with this, I can go and like kind of compare it, check out some of the main brokerages and like how they have it, and then I'll just kind of compare my app to that and see if there's anything I might want to like add or change based on what I can find there. So yeah, that adds like a good step I think to make this even better. All right, so looks like I'm getting into step 2, the data schema. This is going to be all about the new feature that I'm getting into when it comes to arrays. So Got another comment. What am I building? And what's up? How you doing? I'm going to get this next prompt going, and then I'll let you know again because I just got done explaining that. But essentially, this one is called the ETF overlap. So it's a beginner investment tool regarding ETFs. All right. Copying the original step 2 from the plan. All right, so now that everything looks good for step 1, I'm about to paste the original plan for step 2. And I want you to do what you do and make a prompt for Claude Code for step 2. And Claude Code is recommending like the next step to be to build the UI now. But looks like there's still like this is kind of some of this stuff in step 2 is overlap from like the extra they wanted me to add to step 1. So yeah, saying that Claude is actually being a straight A student. It actually pre-completed the data schema part of step 2 during the last phase. Okay. So it means we're ahead of schedule. Instead of repeating step 2, we should move straight to step 4. What about the I'm going to run through I'm going to give it step 3 and make sure that it didn't skip anything. Okay. Before I do this step 4 prompt, I'm going to paste step 3 in here just to make sure that nothing is skipped over. And go ahead and after you look at the original step 3, just write the prompt that would basically include anything that might be missed in step 3. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, so they're saying good catch. There was a part about a concentration aggregator in step 3 that would have been skipped over if I didn't wasn't on point and didn't check the AI all the time about staying with my vision and staying on point. It kind of wants to do its own thing, and I gotta be a good manager for AI because I run AI. AI doesn't run I. So yeah, the concentration aggregator is like the donut chart part. And if I didn't do that, it would have just listed like put everything in a list. But I wanted essentially like the array part is like about like linking it up with this chart. So that is kind of like the new step that I'm not used to doing for app building that I will be learning, and I'm already like I didn't even know what an array was before today. So this is like brand new to me, and now you can see like me build it and learn it and apply it yourself to something that you want to build. So here we go. The concentration aggregator. Add a new function. The logic is sort the holdings by weight, highest to lowest. Take the top 10 as individual items. Calculate the sum of all remaining holdings. Return a new array. And then the fee battle enhancement. Update. Calculate fees to ensure it handles compounding correctly if the user changes the years variable later. And then there's the formula. The mathematical formula is listed here. Terminal validation, update the test script to log the concentration summary for SPY. It should show 10 names plus one others entry that equals 100% total. And then stop after this is done. and I'll verify everything before I move on to the next step. So that is the prompt that I'm going to give to Claude Code. There we go. Yeah, moving through it. So essentially, this app is going to show graphs of the holdings of each ETF that you look up side by side. And like another user was saying in the chat, that this part is already, you know, something that that you can kind of do with different brokerage apps, but I'm trying to like take it a step farther and add a lot of information that I think is left out that would make a big deal to beginner investors. And I think that fees part is a big part, because you know the brokerage firms, from what I understand, like, you know, they're not really, it doesn't really benefit them to show you like how the fees are different, or that, you know, you could be paying more in fees for one ETF that's essentially got the majority of the same holdings, or to show that even though it lists that, you know, this ETF is for like, you know, a certain sector and another ETF is for a different sector, they could still have very similar overlapping. All right. Yeah. Time to sit down, take a seat for a minute. Right. Got my ginger and turmeric in the tea. Wow. Yeah, that was quick. Awesome. Yeah, I feel like I've just in the whatever it's been, you know, I'm halfway through this, so it's been about 2 weeks that I've been vibe coding now. Um, Not only I feel like I've gotten better, but I feel like I've noticed how Claude Code has gotten better, and I feel like I've like almost to the point where I understand it very well. And yeah, once my goal, because what I really do is like I try to like only focus on one major thing at a time, is to learn Claude Code. And once I feel like I've got the whole like Claude Code understanding down, then I think I'm going to try the next one, being the Codex from GPT. And I've been watching some videos before I go on the streams, you know, of what people are saying, comparing Codex to Claude Code, and starting to have a much better understanding of vibe coding now, and like how like before the differences didn't make sense to me, but now that I'm understanding more, I'm seeing like how like, okay, you know, one might be better for certain features or functions, and another one better for another thing. But I just want to make sure that like I feel like I understand Claude Code very well before I start learning the next one, because otherwise the main thing is like, if I don't know Claude Code well, then it's going to make it so much more difficult to understand how they're different. And from what I understand, like the pros are using a combination of different tools, like combination of like the Gemini, the Claude, and the GPT, and they use them for different things. So, you know, once I understand that better, which one's better for which, and I can start having like crazy looking terminals that have like multiple windows open with different tools in each terminal window. When I get there, yeah, then I'll really be moving. But you know, that's not gonna be too long. Say you know, seeing my journey from a beginner from like day one to now, like I think I progressed a ton. Almost feels like day one was like a couple months ago and not just like a couple weeks ago. So anyways, gonna copy and paste the summary of what was done, give it to Gemini, and just kind of ask it, was everything done right that I asked it to do? So looks like some of this stuff is overlapping. Oh, okay, I see. All right. All right, Claude is done with that last prompt. I'm going to paste here a summary of what it did. I want you to just basically go over that and let me know that it did everything that was in that last prompt that you created. Claude knocked it out of the park, followed every instruction perfectly, and the terminal verification numbers are the smoking gun that proves our logic works. So the other's logic is solid. It correctly identified that the top 10 stocks in SPY made up roughly 35%. That means 65% of the fund is spread across the other 490 stocks. The donut chart now has the perfect data structure, 10 clear slices for the whales and one big slice for the ocean. And yeah, I'm almost thinking of like maybe doing the more than 10, but I'm going to wait to see how it looks with 10 because I'm worried that if I do more than 10, it might break it up into like two small chunks, but I'm going to wait to like see what that difference would be until I actually see it working. So the fee math is pro level. It's using a compound formula correctly. Um, Accuracy check, SPY's expense ratio is actually like 0.0 or like 0.1%, and QQQ is like 0.2%. Claude used like precise calculations. So like instead of 0.1, it was like 0.0945%. And now we get to make it look like a real app. We're going to build the dual search bars and donut charts. Since we've already built the brain, this prompt will tell Claude to hook up that brain to the visual interface. Oh, that's awesome. Respect. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that's awesome to hear that you're hear you're building and creating. And yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what you build. So yeah, definitely if you want to check too, join the Discord because got a community of vibe coders on there, and we can all like show each other projects we're working on and learn from each other. And the link is in the description, just like the link to all the apps that I've already built. So on to the next step is going to be step 4, and I'm going to make sure that we just stick with step 4 and not try to get ahead of where this is. All right, so I'm going to paste the original step 4 plan here, and what I want you to do is build your prompt essentially for step 4, and I really don't want to get ahead of where step 4 is. So yeah, just let me know if there's anything you think you should add that would be like very essential that's not listed in step 4. Okay, so this is a major step. Yeah, I agree. I think this is going to be the biggest step. And since step 4 is quite detailed and covers the entire front end of the app, we have to be careful. If we try to do all 4 sections in one single prompt, Claude might provide a watered down version of each Okay, so this is where I should be looking at. Like each one of these should probably be, yeah, I want to break these down into separate prompts. Like I've got originally step 4 in section A, B, C, and D. So I guess what it's saying is like to keep the quality high and avoid slop, it is recommended that we focus the next prompts on section A and B of this. So I'll make sure to copy and paste C and D for the next one. Okay, so here's the prompt. This is the UI development. We got UI dependencies, install recharts and Lucid React. The header and teachers intake in page.tsx, create a high contrast hero section with the title, ETF overlap, implement the education card, a toggleable info box explaining the overlap trap, the overlap trap. That's almost like a better name for that, but it's okay because it's catchier. Create the dual search bar, 2 side-by-side input fields. For now, they should filter through our mock data. And then we got section B, the concentration donuts. Create a whale chart component. Use a recharts pie chart donut style. Implement the others logic. And I want it to hover over the other slice and show a scrollable list of the remaining holdings in that array. Place 2 of these charts side by side, corresponding to the 2 search tickers. Initial layout. Ensure the layout is responsive. Stacks on mobile, side by side on desktop. Use a FinTech dark mode theme. And stop once this is complete. And make sure, so I can make sure everything's done right before I get to the next step. All right, here we go. So essentially, yeah, this is building the UI for the comparison engine, but Claude Code is just like saying like giving me a prompt for the next step, like build the UI for the comparison engine, but that is like almost that is no detail at all. I want to give it detailed instructions and not just like something generic that, you know, if I just said like I'm trying to build an app that compares ETFs and shows like the fees, and then I just told Claude Code that and had it build it out, it would build like, you know, so a very similar app to like anybody who had that same question, and it would not make it specific to my vision most likely. So that's why from learning, from going through and starting with easier apps and trying to, you know, make more difficult apps as I go, it really helps my flow to understand like, you know, how to make things that are more personalized to my vision. Because I even knew that from like even before I started vibe coding, just like getting data from like LLMs. I noticed how they would try to do that, and I started becoming better at understanding like, you know, prompts to like make sure it understands my voice and what I'm specifically trying to do. So I already was like that was one skill I feel like I already had coming in here was understanding how, you know, to have conversations with AI and talk to AI to make sure that it's working for me and that not the other way around, that like, you know, it's like building something that it wants to build and telling me how to build it. I'm more like trying to tell AI what I want and giving it as much instructions as I can to make it build it how I want it and not how it wants to build it. All right, so it's creating the whale chart first, then the education card, then wiring everything together. Right. So it's done like the data for the charts, and now it's kind of like wiring everything together. Checking to make sure everything is clean with the code. Spelunking. And yeah, it's interesting. Like I'm noticing, like even though I'm making more detailed apps, I'm doing them quicker and spending less tokens. And the main reason I think is because I've learned the process, I've refined the process better. You can see behind me the system that I built, the process I have so far. I'm sure I'll change it more as I go, but yeah, just staying in the flow because I know that what can easily happen is, if I just give it really generic prompts and don't give it enough information, it goes and builds something it wants to build, and I end up having to have it spend more tokens, more time to erase stuff and change stuff. And yeah, I feel like this is going to be a huge, huge skill when it comes to making much more complex projects, because then you really got it like doing more time and more tokens and understanding. I think this is like one of the best like beginner vibe coding like understandings that I've got is understanding like the context and giving it the right information from the start, and having a professional system that you're using will save you a lot of time and a lot of tokens. So you'll be able to get a lot more done in a lot less time for less money. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if I can calculate my usage over this month, and I could even like downgrade my plan. But for right now, the reason I have the max plan is because with the $20 a month plan, I was during these streams, they've got like a 5 hour, I believe it's 5 hour window of like a usage limit that you have, and then like a weekly window. And I wasn't hitting the weekly, but I was getting close, and I was hitting those 5 hour ones pretty consistently. And I think after the second time I did it, I realized like it's really annoying to have have it stop working halfway through a big step, especially like if this step I'm doing right now, if this one were to like stop halfway through, it would be a whole process to like figure out, okay, where did it stop, what did it not finish, um how do I pick it back up where I left off, what still needs to be done, all that stuff. And then that could even lead to problems if like I miss certain things. But yeah, saying the build passes clean, it's going to do a quick visual check by running the dev server. And yeah, I wanted to do that check. All right, app renders correctly. Both donut charts, but I ran into something and I had to fix it. And now, yeah, like before, like even a week ago, I feel like Claude was not like showing me these structures of what it created. It was barely giving me any kind of like feedback for what it just completed. So yeah, this I'm guessing this is a new update. And I can only imagine like a year from now how good this stuff will get. And let's see, I'm gonna copy and paste this into Gemini. See that it did everything right and what my next step would be. I'm guessing I can even check this now on the local. So I should be able to like check and see what it looks like. But yeah, I'll find out. All right. Claude finished that step and it gave me a basically like a summary of what was built and what works. So I read through that stuff. It seems like it did everything I asked it to do, but I'm going to paste it here and have you give it a second look. Just make sure that everything looks good for where I'm at right now in the process. Claude is still crushing it. This is exactly where I want to be. The app isn't just functional anymore. It has a user interface and interactivity. Surprised it didn't give me the what you call it, the local URL, but that's fine. The progress audit, 0 errors. So the arrays we set up earlier are being mapped to the charts perfectly. The others logic, the fact that hovering others shows the remaining allocation is huge. That's a pro feature that solves your requirement for not cluttering the chart while still giving the user all the data. The site management, the dual search bar is now successfully updating the whale chart state. This means that the brain and the face are officially talking to each other. So now we can see the individual funds. We need to show the relationship between them. This is the meat of the app. We're going to build this section that proves they are double dipping. Okay. So we've seen the individual funds. Now we're peeling back the curtain to see the overlap. This is the scoreboard. It's going to tell us exactly how much of our money is being double counted. We're also adding a sector warning if both funds are just secretly tech funds in disguise. This app is going to call it out. No more hiding behind fancy fund names. So let's see. I'm going to copy and paste section C and D from step 4. I'm just going to get these in before I actually look at the what the app looks like. All right, I'm going to paste the original plan for section C and D of step 4. So basically I just wanted to make sure that everything is covered in the prompt. If there's anything you need to change in that prompt, go ahead and rewrite it. Rewrite, not reread. Oh, okay. So essentially they're saying the prompt that I had before was just for section C, but I'm trying to do section C and D. Before I do that, I'm going to ask Gemini if it thinks I should only do section C. Do you think that this is too much information to do section C and D? Do you think I should only focus on doing like section C in one prompt and then section D in another prompt? Yeah, they recommend splitting them. While Claude is powerful, section C and section D use two very different types of array logic. If I combine them, Claude might rush the styling or miss the pro tip logic. All right, yeah. That's why I like Gemini so much. I feel like Gemini is Really a lot better than Claude's LLM, or especially even Claude Codes. Uh, like the prompts that it's kind of like recommending. Gemini is picking up on stuff like this that I wasn't seeing it do with Claude's LLM. So okay. So here is the new prompt mission phase 3 section C, the overlap scoreboard. We got an overlap header, um, comparison table, shared DNA list, build a clean stripe table that lists every stock phone in both ETFs, shared weight, sort the table by shared weight in descending order so the biggest is at the top, add a logic check if one sector like IT makes up more than 50% of the total shared weight, display a prominent warning banner, high sector concentration. These funds are heavily overlapping in whatever sector. And then for the layout, place the entire section below the donuts chart. Sure it updates instantly when the tickers in the search bar change. And then stop when this is all done before I start the next one so I can check to make sure everything was right on this one. Awesome. So here we go. Next prompt. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it's good to be creating with AI. I was definitely checking things a lot more in between prompts, but now I'm getting a better understanding when I'm watching it move through to see what it's doing, to understand that, when it's a good time to check, when it's a good time to start saving it, and essentially when I look at the local host to see what it's built so far for the first time, I'm gonna do my first save on this one. Essentially push it to GitHub. Like when I say saving, if you're a beginner, what saving basically means is right now this is building this locally on my computer, and I would be pushing it to GitHub, basically sending it to a site called GitHub that like saves it. I believe it's like like they have their own cloud. I'm not 100% on that, but essentially they're gonna save it, and then it can be like live on the internet. And the other benefit to that is when I used to, like, the first few projects, I would just save when I was done at the end. But now I understand that what you want to do is be saving as you're working, especially after like major steps, because then you can save like a working version, and then say you do a next step and it causes some kind of problem, instead of having to like have Claude like redo certain things and like figure out bugs from there. It's a lot easier just to go back to like the last save version, and then like for me, I would be talking to Gemini about like what went wrong, what do you think like caused these problems, and then just like create a prompt, go back to the old version and create a prompt that would address the problems that happened from the old prompt. And that's how I would pretty much do it. But I know that I watch some people's workflows on like YouTube, and a lot of people have workflows that I feel like they're not really giving it like the right information. Like they're trying, like, I think they kind of know that it's not enough information, but a lot of these people are like building tools that kind of take the vibe coding out of vibe coding and try to make it more simple for people who don't want to learn vibe coding, I think is what they're really trying to do. And I mean, that's cool. I can see how that would provide value, but when I see them actually use those tools and I see their workflow, it's like I'm sitting here thinking like, okay, there's no way they're giving them enough information to build something that's like unique to their vision. Um, it's just making like some generic thing that is like, super simple based on their idea, but there's like so much more to it than that, as far as like having systems and understanding, like, building an app that solves like the right problems, and like having the right target market in mind when you're doing it. So we got phase 3 is complete, ready for the next instruction. Um, okay, if it says everything is good, I'm going to go to, like, before I was checking it, but now I was checking it and it was all right before. So now I'm looking at it and I'm like, okay, yeah, I'm just going to trust it now because it was right all those other times, and I'm reading it and I understand what it's saying. Um, like the shared DNA table, it's sorted by shared weight descending, and updated the calculate overlap. Now returns the sector and pre-computed shared weight per holding. Verification, and it's testing those two ETFs. Yep, same number as before, 8 shared holdings. Starting with Apple, which is 7%, all the way to AVGO. I don't know what that ticker is. And that's like 1.5%. So looks like 10 is a good number, because once you get to 10 on here, you're getting into like 1% of the holding. So sector warning, technology is 88% of the overlap. The build pass is clean, ready for the last section of step 4. And gonna have Gemini write me a prompt for that. All right, so it shows that everything was created clean, 0 errors, and I looked at what it did and it seems to be right, so I'm not going to paste it here this time. I'm going to paste the section D for step 4. So I want you to create a prompt for that, and if you need to include anything else that might have been left out, just let me know. All right. Section D is where the user feels the impact of their choices in actual dollars. To make this really high end, we want to make sure the pro tip is smart enough to know which ETF is the winner. Basically the one that's cheaper automatically. So it's also adding a small visual bar to the fee cards. Seeing a bar grow longer as you move the slider is much more viral than satisfying than just seeing numbers change. Okay. Phase 4 prompt. Create the free battle component. I think that's going to be, yep, that's like the information for the slider, and then create the slider. Display the current year selection prominently above the slider. Fee comparison cards. Display 2 side-by-side cards, one for ETF A and one for B. Each card should show the total fees paid over whatever many years is indicated in the slider, and then a horizontal fee bar. Not sure remembering that I told it to do that. A simple division with a background color that grows in width relative to the fees, providing a visual comparison of the cost. So I'm not 100% sure what that is, but I'll just have it build it, and then I can change it if it's not what I was originally thinking. Pro tip logic. Write a function to determine which ETF has the lower expense ratio. Display a dynamic sentence. Like pro tip, by choosing the cheaper ETF over the more expensive one, you could save however much in management fees over however many years. Style this tip is highlighted success box. Layout integration, place this section at the bottom of page.tsx, ensure it's fully responsive, fully active, and looks like a professional financial tool. And then stop once this is done so I can check it out before I move to the next step. That sounds good to me. Phase 4, Section D. So this is the drop the mic moment. We've shown them the overlap. Now it's going to show the bill. We're building the fee battle. I'm adding a slider that lets you see into the future. You're going to watch how a small 0.1% difference in fees turns into thousands of dollars over 30 years. Our pro tip engine is going to automatically find the cheaper fund and tell you exactly how much you're saving. This is how you invest smarter. Smarter, not harder. Work smart. So, yeah, I think after this step I can actually check out the site. All right. And also it helps me at least to watch what it's doing step by step, because then I can see, like, where it runs into errors, what it's saying it has to do to fix them. And yeah, I mean, I feel like I'm already eager to like work on something that's like some huge project. And I feel like at the same time, like what I'm building right now and pretty much the last, like, say at least like the last 5 apps I built, um that those apps would have been like way over my head. Those would have seemed like super advanced from like going back like 2 weeks ago when I started the challenge. So I'm already building stuff that 2 weeks ago to me would have seemed like it's like very like complicated and very detailed, and I probably would not have been able to, like, if I would have tried to build this app I'm building today on, like, the first like couple apps, I probably would not have finished it um within like, even like 7 or 8 hours. Okay. Phase 4 is complete. So yeah, I'm gonna copy this and paste it into Gemini and be like, hey, do you think it's ready to check it out on the local? So I got the phase 4 is complete. Here's what's built. Summary that I'm going to paste here. If everything seems to look good for where we are so far, go ahead and let me know what I need to do to check it out on the local site. Usually in the past, Claude Code would give me the URL for the local site, but it has not been doing it for this build. And I'm pretty sure it's just like localhost 3000, but sometimes it changes. See what Gemini says. This looks incredible. The verification math across 1, 10, and 30 years proves that the compounding logic is working exactly as intended. Like a $10 difference in 1 year balloons to 300 over 30 years. And the fact that Claude added visuals, borders, means the UI is already starting to look like a high-end fintech product. Since Claude Code didn't give you the link this time, it just means the local development server isn't running in the background terminal. So in the terminal, make sure you're in the project folder. Yep, I'm in the right one. Just got to do npm run dev. That's why. I feel like usually in the past it would just like automatically do that, like after a lot of the build steps. But anyways, yeah, so did that. Now it should give me a link, and then I can post it up and let me know what you think. So I feel like I'm on the brink of something awesome, something new. And you know, I'm always like on point when I'm telling it what to do, so it comes through with my own vision and not its. And I like how it's working now, and I hope it doesn't switch. So yeah, it's giving me localhost 3001 this time. Test it out, and I'll go to the browser, do it live. See what we got. Worked first time. It's awesome. Right. What is the overlap trap? And that's a huge thing, I think, for solving the problem to explain to beginners is like, you know, if most of these ETFs have like the same, you know, top 10 stocks in it, and they're taking up kind of a similar weighted amount, then you know, they're the ones that are majorly driving the success of the ETF. And um yeah, if you're buying different ETFs but they got the same, like, you know, general stocks that are gonna have like a similar weight to it, then the other smaller ones don't really matter so much. And I should be able to hover and it shows the okay, yeah, so it's not show. I originally wanted it to show like when I hovered over the others part, that it would show each one of the stocks, but like, you know, on the SPY there's still another 490 holdings because it's S&P 500. So yeah, I wasn't thinking about that. That would be a very long list. And then like, this one's got 500 in it too. The QQQ remaining 490, but they're each under 1.5% in weight, and both of them are each under. And really, they're only like different by like, you know, QQQ has like 10% of others, or I mean 50%, and SPY has 65%. So it's not like 15% difference. But 31.6 is the overlap. And high sector concentration. These funds are heavily overlapping in technology. If that sector drops, both funds will likely move together. And it shows like, yeah, they're very, very similar for the most part. Like, you know, like 1 to 2% different is the amount in the holdings. But yeah, I can see like for the most part, like for the major stocks, these are basically the same except QQQ has like maybe like 1 to 2% more weighted in the top 10 than S&P 500. So yeah, for a beginner that would be good to know that like you know, if you believe in these stocks more, then you probably want to buy the QQQ. If you're just trying to diversify more, then you probably want to buy S&P 500. So, yeah, there's that. And I'm getting I always want to have some kind of education station or like card. I'm starting to actually like call these things by like the technical professional names when I have a card at the bottom that has like some education based on like what I think would be most important for beginners to understand. So here's a good feature. Okay, so looking at 30 years, you can change it so like 1 year, you're paying about double. But like go to 10 years, paying a little bit more than double. 15 years, still like a little bit more than double. It kind of stays to where it's like just a little bit more than double no matter how far you go, but still at the end of the day, that's good to know. I mean, over 30 years, $200, but you take that $200 savings and then you like think about if you had invested in that for like, 30 years, how much that would be. So anyways, yeah, this is what I'm trying to see. This is mostly what I wanted so far. Um, yeah, I was originally thinking to have like a chart underneath these that like shows the overlap, but now that I'm seeing these, I don't see much value for a chart or how to really implement that. I think this card is like just as good, if not better, because it's like simplifies it. Yeah, I don't think it's necessary to have that third chart now. All right, so now I'm going to save this part. I'm going to push it to GitHub. Um, it's got to go to GitHub. Create a new repository. Repository name, ETF overlap. Description. ETF comparison tool for beginner investors. And yeah, so far I would say like this is cool. Um, this one's maybe more like something you could already find with like other sites or other brokerages. But I added extra stuff that I think makes it way better for beginners, and I think this is the extra stuff that these brokerages leave out. Um, that would serve beginners better, offer more value to beginners. So I don't know why they leave this stuff out, because to me I feel like it's very important for beginners to understand this stuff, especially. Okay. So I just create the repository. And then I got a URL. I'm going to copy and paste that into Gemini and ask it for a prompt to give to Claude. All right, I like the way the site looks right now, so I think it's good to do a first push and save to GitHub. I have created a new repository for this project, and I copied the URL it gave me, which I'm going to paste here, and I want you to take that URL and create a prompt that I can give to Claude Code that will push this project to GitHub. Yeah, so essentially the MVP is I would not say done, but it's like the first draft of like the major functions. and there's still definitely more that I want to add to it. But as far as like creating the major functions that this does, I did it. And it just goes to show like, I did a new skill. I tried something new that I've never done before with these graphs and like using the information. Like this one's got 2 ticker search bars, and I've always done stuff with 1 ticker search bar that's only been like, focused on the one thing. So this is more like a comparison tool with actual visual charts. And I would have to say that like, I was like thinking like maybe I would run into some kind of problems with this like new step that I'm taking, but I think everything with this has gone really smooth, and I'm really really surprised with how much I'm picking this up so quick, and how much me making the additions to my process to add in the that file to get started not only has saved me time, but has helped keep everything on track, because a big part I put in the rules for that Claude.md, or aka style.md, is essentially to stop after it finishes what's on the prompt and not try to do other stuff. And Claude was always trying to do that before, and I was like manually trying to tell it to like, no, don't do that. But now that I implemented that on the style MD or Claude MD, it's just automatically doing it, and I'm seeing how these MD files are so valuable. So I think just after like this build and seeing how much of an impact that Claude MD file made, I think I'm gonna do more research and start implementing. See what other MD files are possible. I know one of them is like a plan MD that I'm being recommended, but yeah, I'm gonna start implementing these MD files as much as I can into my future builds and into my like my process, my step-by-step process. And what I'm finding is like when I do stuff like this, it actually cuts out other steps of my process. So essentially, like, I'm just gonna get it down to where it's like it's money, and it's just like building like based on like my vision, and it's not trying to do its own thing. And I'll just like kind of day by day get better at this. And wow, I mean, I just like doing this like almost every day is money is key, because there's so much to learn on here. And if I were just coming on here like once a week, or even like twice a week, maybe something like that, there's so much I would be forgetting about like getting the process if I wasn't doing this creating a process like I would do with any type of business action, that just trying to remember like step by step, and coming on here not every day, like my progress would be so slow, and I would be not where I'm at right now. So gotta give thanks that this exists, and that I'm learning so quick, and that yeah, moving towards my goal, even though still got a long way to go, but it's all about the process and the journey. So I'm not even focused yet on like what I'm earning, but when I do, I'm gonna put down like first dollar I make, I'll go and I'll make sure to list that like at least in the title of like where I'm at so far. But yeah, not even thinking about that yet. It's just thinking about how can I make stuff that people use, and after these 30 days and 30 apps, then I can go and see which apps are getting the most use, and then go from there. And yeah, that's all. Like, feel like that's awesome. Like, I wish I had something like this to see a long time ago when I was like just starting to get into business, because it would help me so much to like see like someone like creating processes and systems, and the progress they're making every day, and how they're like changing their system, and really what's possible, and how quick you can actually learn this stuff, and how valuable it actually is. So yeah, it's a lot of good things going on. Feeling good, feeling strong, giving strength for health, giving thanks for health and strength and length of days in life. You know. So let's see. Did I? Yep, I just gotta give it that prompt for GitHub. Back to the code. And it wants to see the screenshots. That's something I'm gonna have to, cause yeah, I can't get that all in one screenshot, but I'll figure that out And what I'll do that when I switch back over to the browser next time, is I'll make the browser smaller to show what it would look like on a mobile app. All right. So essentially, Gemini is recommending that I go through and see if there's any kind of style additions that I would want to add right now. And I would say no, not with style, but I want to add the education, like more education at the bottom, but that's not going to affect the API. So I'm going to wait till I get the actual API in, and then I can check different some different ETFs, and then I'll have a better idea of, like, what information is more valuable that needs to be explained better. And the main thing is with the education is I want to go back to addressing the main thing at the top of the list, which is the main problem, because that's like the foundation of everything. When I'm making these apps, is like, what is the main problem I'm trying to solve? Not how much money I think it can make, because this other app made so much money and I want to make a similar app, and not like what the name of it is, or anything else really. It's all about solving the main problem. So essentially, this is going to push it to GitHub. I'm going to check GitHub, and it's going to show me that the files are listed there once this is done right. And never had a problem pushing to GitHub before. It's like super simple step. And I would recommend, if you're a beginner and you're just getting started, to be pushing to GitHub after like every step, even though it might seem redundant. Getting an understanding of like the pushing process and how it works, and how to recognize that it's working with each time you push it, is going to be super valuable, because it's way better to get that understood and get it right from the start than to have a huge problem and then realize that you didn't save it, and that you got to figure out the problem on your own, or just with AI, when sometimes AI can lie and say that, that's what I found, that I had the most problems with working with the LLMs when I ran into problems, because they'd be so confident that, like, oh, this is what's wrong, like, do this and it'll fix it. So I'd do that and it didn't work, and it'd be like trying to tell me something else, and then I'd just go to a different LLM, and then that would usually help a lot. But as I got better at understanding this, now, as soon as, like, for the most part, as soon as the LLM tries to tell me that it thinks it knows what's wrong, and I'm looking at its suggestion, because I've been paying so much attention to everything that's been going on, I can tell easier and quicker when it's wrong. And then I can, like, get in there and tell, like, no, I don't think this is going to work. Are you sure it's not because of this? And then usually it'll be like, oh yeah, actually you're right, it's probably that. And then it'll give me something that works, and it saves a ton of my time. But that just comes through peace of mind of doing this over and over again, and repetition. So, like, the repetition is key to change teaching when it comes to abundance. So, like, to reprogram paradigms, which is basically like vibes or like mindsets that you have, like you could look at it like whatever vibe you got, like, if you're in a good mood, that's a good vibe. If you got a bad vibe, bad mind, then that's a bad vibe. And if you want to reprogram, and even if your vibe is good, I mean, you can always make it better. So if you want to reprogram, you must repeatedly expose your subconscious to new ideas through affirmations, visualization, and study. So think what you know, visualize where you want to be, what you want to see. Um, Tell yourself it's possible. If you believe, then you can achieve. And you know, get that through to your subconscious mind. Visualize it. Tell yourself it's you can do it, and then just study. What do you need to learn to get there? Cause it's pretty easy now that you got AI. Before you'd have to go and try and figure out everything you'd need to succeed, but now it's like, hey AI, this is what I'm trying to do. What do I need to learn to get there? And it's probably gonna be pretty good, better at that than like most other things of your process of like reaching a goal. I think that's one of the things that AI does really well is can like break down like what you need to learn to get to like the next step of where you want to be. All right, so it says it's pushed it, and I'm just gonna double check. So it's got to refresh. ETF overlap, yeah, it's showing me the folders, and it says that some of them were updated 2 minutes ago. So, and it even created a README, and usually it doesn't do that automatically. Usually at the end when I'm done with the build, it'll ask me if it wants me to create a README, and in one sense I'm glad that it did it, but in another sense I wish I would have read what it said before it sent the info over. But I'm going to do it right now. So the ETF overlap, it's an X-ray tool for ETF overlap and fee transparency. Compare side by side funds, spot hidden overlap in your portfolio, understand the real cost of management fees. Key features: concentration donuts, interactive donut charts showing the top 10 holdings of each ETF with an others bucket for the remaining allocation. Hover to explore individual weights. An overlap scoreboard, instantly see how much two ETFs share in common. A color-coded overlap percentage with a detailed shared DNA table listing every overlapping stock. But it does not have that yet. So that's what I need to, I think that's the main thing I should do before I move on is like get that sorted out. The $10,000 fee battle. Drag a slider from 1 to 30 years and watch the fee impact unfold in real time. Slide side by side fee cards with visual bars show the cost difference. Plus a pro tip telling you exactly how much you could save by choosing the lower cost fund. An education card, beginner friendly explainer on the overlap trap that helps new investors understand why holding multiple ETFs doesn't always mean diversification. Then we got the tech stack, and just lists like Next.js 14 for the app router, TypeScript, Tailwind, CSS, recharts, and Lucid React. And also, like it's doing this README right now, but I might still add more stuff, and then it's probably not going to automatically update. So yeah, it's cool that they automatically did this, but I wish that would have waited till I was done. But anyways, back to it. So I think the first thing would be looking at the browser. It does not, when I hover over it, it just basically says remaining amount of holdings, which is like the same for both of them, but it doesn't say what they are. And also I don't really like these colors, but it's not a big deal at all. It doesn't matter for now. All right. Okay, everything is pushed and saved. So the first thing I'm noticing is that originally I wanted to be so you could hover over the others portion on the donut chart and it would list all the other companies, but all it says is like remaining 490 holdings, each under 1.5% weight, and it lists the percentage in total that the others take up. So basically, it makes sense that it doesn't list all 490 holdings, I guess, because, that would be a very long list. So, I guess what I'm wondering is like, do you have any suggestions of maybe some way that it could list all that information without like, taking up a lot of space? I'm not really even sure that that's like necessary, but let me know what you think. Getting Gemini's point of view. I feel like it's time to stand up too. All right. Hit on a classic UI/UX challenge in finance. Data density versus screen real estate. Listing 490 companies in a hover tooltip would basically cover the entire screen in a wall of text, which usually ends up looking like slop. However, the user's intent when they hover over others is usually to answer, what am I actually missing here? Is there anything else big I should know about? Here's some ways to handle others list without breaking the design. Could do like a top 5 of the rest. Instead of all 490, show the next 5, in order of like how much weight they take up. Um, why it works, it satisfies the curiosity of who's next in the line without the clutter. Uh, the sector breakdown, high value. Instead of listing individual company names, summarize what those 490 companies represent by sector. That's what I think. Okay, that is really good. Yeah, that's what I want to do. So, for example, like it'll show like with S&P 500, right now it says others 65.2%, and then it could show like um, mainly financials 15%, energy 12%, and consumer staples 10%. And that's mainly the main problem we're looking at is like, that investors, beginners especially, understand that, even though these different ETFs or funds might be listed as different sectors, that they could be like heavily overlapping. So yeah, that's what I want to do. The other suggestion is when clicked, a slide drawer slides out or a pop-up appears with a searchable scrollable list. And I guess I could do a combination of 2 and 3. But if I have a list of 450 or whatever, 490, that's going to be like weird for the UI because it's going to be like I feel like you'd have to like scroll way down and it just wouldn't, yeah, that would be too much. So I really like the idea of number 2, the sector breakdown. That's what I want to implement. So we got the whales on the chart, the biggest companies, but what about the rest of the ocean? We have 490 companies hiding in that other slice. We can't just dump a list of 400 names on the screen. That's bad UX. We're going to pivot. We're going to make that slice show the sectors. That's what I want to do. All right, so I just want to implement number 2. I don't want to show the next 5. I feel like that's really not gonna do too much. And then the scrollable drawer seems like, yeah, that's just gonna be way too long to list that many different stocks. Um, Essentially, like with these 2 ETFs, I think this would work perfectly. But I'm just wondering with other ETFs, that, you know, if they have a longer list of like, you know, of whales, it might cause problems. But I'm thinking that the best thing to do right now is just implement number two, and then when I'm using real data, then I can go and I can try some other ETF funds, and as long as like the main funds seem to like list all the main whales, then I don't think it'd really be necessary to add in like that step one part. But if I find out different, then I might add step one later. Let me know what you think. All right, it's a smart, lean way to build. Most investors don't realize that the other slice in a fund like SPY is actually packed with specific sectors. Showing that breakdown solves the sector drift pain point without needing a whole separate chart. Yes, it does. Why this works for the long list of whales. You mentioned a concern about other ETFs with more whales. Here's the beauty of the current logic. Because we hard coded it to take the top 10, the donut chart will always look clean and consistent regardless of the ETF. So if a fund is very top heavy, like a crypto ETF, the top 10 will be 90% and the others slice will be tiny. If a fund is very equal weighted, the top 10 might only be 10% and the other slice will be massive. So by adding the sector breakdown to that other slice, I would ensure the user gets value even if um, the other slice represents 90% of their money. And one thing I also just thought of too is like for mobile, because like, you know, they wouldn't be like hovering the mouse over it. So like, how would they know to just click that? Or should I like actually like, instead of a hover, having it listed? But I think that's not something to worry about right now. I think that's something like after it's done to go over with that kind of like stuff. Okay, so new prompt. Um, update the data logic. Modify the concentration logic to group the others holdings by their sector. Update the whale chart tooltip. When a user hovers over the other slice, the tooltip should now show remaining number of holdings, a sector mix, showing the top 3 to 5 sectors, and use a simple list with small color indicators or just clean text alignment. Sure, the sector math still adds up to the total others percentage. Okay. And then stop when it's done so I can check it before I move forward. Awesome. So copy, go back to the code. Yeah. Okay, yeah. So like it's telling me has to make a change with the other section for the mock data because it didn't have it include to look up every single stock in the ETF or every single investment in the ETF before, only the top 10. So now it's got to like rewrite the code to include every single one. So like it's adding like AMD, Pepsi, Cisco, all the big corporations, Netflix. Netflix is a big one though. Like that one I feel like should be So yeah, I see that right there, and that lets me know I should be probably, I won't know till I check a few more, but probably gonna adjust it so it shows more than just the top 10. If ones like Netflix aren't showing up, then that's major. People would want to know that. Right. So I'm going to check it out, and then if I like it, I'm going to push it to GitHub. So going over to the browser again. See. Awesome. So, other sectors, 55%, financials, healthcare, energy, consumer defense. So, yeah, I think the thing that's mainly confusing is like breaking down the percentage because it's 65% of the fund is remaining. So, other sectors is 55% other than financial, healthcare, energy. I think that number should maybe be at the bottom, but for right now, okay. Technology. So yeah, this is Like these are like small changes that I can make later, but for the most part, like this is making this tool way better. I just need to have some kind of instruction, I feel like, so people know that they can just hover over this. So I'm looking to see where it shows like um the sectors. And essentially what I'm trying to find is like, does it say like, because usually if you would look at these, it would like try to say like what sector it is mainly for an ETF, but it's not showing that here anywhere from what I see for what the main sector is. Like if I were to, yeah, what I want to do is for it to show what the most heavily weighted sector is for each ETF. So that should probably be on the card that shows the chart or the graph or whatever you call it. All right. So yeah, when I push it where it's at right now, back to the code. All right, so one thing that I noticed that I don't see that I was talking about putting in from the start is to show the actual like main sector for each um ETF. So essentially like what I'm thinking is on the card where it shows like the list of the top 10 companies, um I want to show the list of the top 10 companies and also show the the main sector. So like what sector takes up the biggest percentage of the ETF. And also I think there should be some kind of instruction that lets people know that if they hover over the others portion of the chart that it will show them more information and what it will show. And also, what do you think in regards to like the mobile version of this? How will that work? Because, people won't be able to scroll their mouse over the other section. Yeah, it's the right changes at the right time. So this is great intuition. Moving from a data display to a data insight tool, adding the top sector to the cards provides an immediate summary of the fund's personality. As for mobile, I've identified a classic problem. On a phone, there is no hover. To fix this, we change the interaction to tap to select. When a user taps a slice on the phone, the tooltip should appear and stay there until they tap somewhere else. We can also add a small info icon or a text hint so they know it's interactive. Awesome. So then they wrote a prompt, making sure the prompt is everything that I want, not more or less. Logic update the top sector, mobile interactivity, the tap fix. That's something new I've never done before. User instructions, the hint, add a small, elegant text hint below the charts. Hover over the other slice to see the hidden sector breakdown. Um, and then UI polish for mobile. Awesome. Go. Just got to finish that push. Committed and pushed. Right. Prestidigate. What? Prestidigate to ting? I have no idea what that means. I liked it when it just only said it was cooking. Awesome. And yeah, I always talk about giving thanks because being in a state of gratitude raises your vibration, gets your vibes right, gets your energy right, and providing value essentially without expecting anything in return is what activates the law of compensation and increases what flows back to you. So yeah, uh, just being aware of that, being thankful for being able to have a platform where I can provide value to other people, help other people learn what I know, and grow to create. Whether it was a couple years ago when you pretty much had to have another person to create with, or now it's AI, and build a business on the fly without the other guys. You can just create businesses by yourself and accumulate massive wealth because you don't have to hire another people. You can just build systems of AI. But I think at the end of the day, what I would say is that if you want to play business, the new game, the way it's possible now, is I think it's still good to hire other people. It's still good to create with other people. A lot of what I'm seeing out here is talking about like, yeah, you don't ever have to like hire people again, and like, well, you can fire so many people on your team, and like, I'm like, no, it's still good to have like other like actual human being minds helping you, and essentially, you know, say I built out this whole company and it works and it's making a good amount of money. It would make more sense to me to still hire somebody to run the AI, right? Because it would still need my voice. Like it wouldn't do everything. It would still need me to do like checks and balances. So why not hire somebody to do that, and then I can start on the next idea, and I can just focus on the next company, and then I can just build these companies like one by one, where I've got the system down and it gets better every time, and I build something and make sure it's right, and then I just hire somebody, and to other people it would look like it happened overnight, but at the end of the day there's like so much more that goes into it, so much like years and years of trial and error that came before this point. But I mean, you get the point. So yeah, let's see, we got this remaining 10 holdings, and just wondering where that, okay, hover or tap the other slice to see the hidden sector breakdown. I feel like that should be bigger, but it's okay. For now, that's not important. All right, so I feel like we got to be getting close to actually like putting in the real data. Um, so we're solving the mobile mystery. On a computer, you can hover. On a phone, you tap. We're making sure that the other slice isn't a dead zone for mobile users. Also adding the primary sector to the main cards. This is huge because it immediately calls out funds that are closet tech funds if the card says primary sector technology and you thought you were buying a diversified fund. The app just did its job. So yeah, that's awesome. That's major for beginners. So oh yeah, I gotta show the browser so you can see what changed. Is essentially like before, if I hovered over it, like it would like go away when I moved it, but because it's mobile now, um, wonder how it goes away. Gotta click on something else. So yeah, when does it go away? That's the main thing, because it covers the Okay, yeah, so that's another thing I gotta fix. That's important, I think, to fix now. But this is cool. This is like a huge thing that I wanted from the beginning that it didn't put. And it's saying the primary sector is technology. So like 27.8% is technology. And QQQ, same thing, primary sector technology, but 47.7% is technology. So that's good to know. But yeah, I gotta figure out what's up with this pop-up just staying there, and how do you get it to go back to the actual chart, because it covers the chart. Okay. Yeah, it looks like it did everything that it said it was trying to do. Only one thing is that like when I click um to get that remaining 10 holdings box to come up, it is covering the chart, and like I'm clicking on other spots on the screen, but that box stays there and covers the chart. So I don't know how to get the box to go away so you can like go back to actually see the chart. Like I liked it better when you just hovered over it and you could like pull away and it would disappear. But now yeah, I'm trying to solve that problem, the new problem. So let's see, this is going to be a learning process for me. This is a classic sticky tooltip dilemma. On mobile, we need it to stick so you can read it, but on a desktop, it's annoying if it doesn't vanish. The best pro solution is to make it context aware. Let it behave like a hover on desktops, but a close interaction or a tap off trigger for mobile. That's awesome. I didn't even know that was possible. You can have it move differently depending on, it'll just recognize whether I'm on desktop or mobile. That's awesome. So yeah, I got a new prompt for that. Adaptive trigger logic is what it's called. So yeah, that's cool. I'm learning so much new stuff just by doing these like new implementations of new features. Um, like I barely even like learned anything new from like the new features, but in doing these new features, it like brought up a whole new set of like issues that I had to like figure out that I never would have thought I would be learning, and it's teaching me a lot. So you never really know how things are gonna play out until you just do it and try something new and pushing boundaries and getting better. So the click away listener, wrap the chart or use a React use effect to detect clicks outside of the chart area. When a user clicks the background or another part of the page, reset the active state of the chart so the tooltip disappears. Yep, that's what I want to do. Visual tooltip enhancement, reduce the tooltip opacity slightly or add a subtle backdrop filter so it doesn't feel like a solid wall covering the chart. Position tuning, set the tooltip position to be fixed at a specific offset or use coordinate logic to ensure it doesn't perfectly overlap the center of the donut where the ticker label is. And then stop once it's done. There we go. Back to the flow, back to the code. All right, so reading this pretty quick, and the main thing is just checking to see. Oh, nice. Okay, so they added this X, so that makes sense. Awesome. That was easy. What's next? All right. So we hit a UX snag. The tooltip was too sticky. It's great for mobile, but on desktop it was hanging around like an uninvited guest. We're implementing adaptive triggers. If you have a mouse, it follows your lead. If you're on a phone, you're adding a click away logic so the UI stays clean. It's all about that frictionless experience. Once that's fixed, the UI will be officially butter smooth. I mean, I don't know about that, but it's close. After this, should we finally tackle the real data integration? Yes, I would say I'm ready for that. So I'm going to give it the original step 5. Oh, that's in step 6. So yeah, originally the UI is in step 6. I'm going to give it step 5 to make sure it doesn't skip over anything important. Looks like we already did that stuff though, but I'm going to make sure, double check. All right, so originally for phase 5, it does not include the real data integration. I'm going to paste the original phase 5 right here. It looks like we already did everything that's on it, but I just want you to double check and make sure that we're not missing anything in phase 5 before we go to the real data integration. Telling me I'm staying thorough. Step 5 is the refinement phase that separates a prototype from a polished product. Since I've already implemented most of the visual features, this final step is about performance and stability. Looking into the common pitfalls for this specific tech stack, here is the final cleanup prompt to ensure the code is production ready. But don't really know until I try it with real data. So so basically this is like a code car wash. We're scrubbing out the unused variables, double checking our spelling because nothing kills a pro vibe like typo like I made with the last one, but that was because it's like meant the same thing. But anyways, and making those 2 SVGs are buttery smooth on mobile. We want this app to be fast, light, and rock solid before we hook it up to the real world fire hose of data in the next step. So yeah. And I see why he's doing the spelling check, because that was a big thing that I didn't pick up till like the very end. I didn't even notice it until the end. And I even double checked. I was like, this is the right spelling, right? But what I did not know was that gauge can be spelled G-U-A-G-E and G-A-G-E. And they both mean the same thing, except one was supposed to be used in the English language older. It's like, who would think of that? But yeah, okay. All right, so putting in this prompt. Yeah, just random stuff. Never would even think of that I learned from doing this, that I know to always check from now on. And yeah, I'm just looking at like the next step, and that's talking about FinHub, and I want to check to make sure FinHub is the best data source. All right, so while this step is going, I just have a quick question about the API. You're recommending FinHub, and I'm just wondering if you think that is the best free tier API for this project, in comparison to other ones like Alpha Vantage or Polygon or any other one you can think of. Because what I found is that these LLMs are not the best at recommending the right APIs. It sounds like the main thing is that like part of it is like you know, the APIs might list something that they include, but in reality, when I try it, it doesn't anymore. And I think part of that is the reason that I'm getting better information. I did notice I'm getting better recommendations from Gemini because I think Gemini has a newer internet search. From what I understand, these LLMs, like when they're searching the internet, they're like, you know, they're searching it from their probably like cache. Like they had it search it a long time ago, or whatever it was. Like I remember GPT, when I started using GPT, it was like the internet like frozen from a year back was what they were searching. So, you know, it's very possible that, you know, a year ago or whenever it was like searching the internet of their frozen like time, frozen in time screenshot of the internet that they did, that was the case back then, but now it's different. And it makes sense to me why a lot of these free APIs are getting a lot more restrictive on what they offer, just because you know, this world is open up to like anybody now. So like anybody can pretty much vibe code. Just switch it back to code since I'm coding. So yeah, just don't take its word for, you know, what the best one might be. You kind of got to try different ones and see. But for this, there's a big three. So it's telling me FinHub is the best for prototyping. Most generous rate limit for free, 60 calls a minute. Has a specific ETF holdings endpoint. Some deep ETF data is occasionally gated behind the premium tier. So yeah, I'd want to know what kind of data is gated. So Alpha Vantage, the old reliable, very stable, but strict limit is 25 calls a day. Yeah, that's very low. So it provides ETF profiles, but getting a full list of 500 holdings in one call can be hit or miss on the free plan. So sounds like the same thing as FinHub, just way less calls per day. Polygon IO, they're calling it the Speed King, amazing for real-time prices, but their free tier is US only and very limited. 5 calls per minute. They are better for ticker info than deep ETF holdings. And then FMP, the Data King, highly recommended. Their free tier is great for fundamental data, 250 calls a day. They have a very clean ETF holder endpoint that is perfect for the overlap math. So I have found the most problems with FMP, but I think I'm going to try FMP first. And if it doesn't work, then I'll go back to FinHub. So trying to pick the data source. We have Alpha Vantage, Polygon, FinHub, or FMP, and there's definitely more too. But if these don't work, I bet you I could be like, okay, these don't work, and then it would like come back and be like, oh, try this one, it might work, and then they just didn't know that from the start. So, anyways, this is like trial and error. APIs definitely have the most trouble with, but not nearly as much trouble as I used to have when I didn't know anything about APIs just like 2 weeks ago, and I was just learning all this stuff and had to try each one by one to like kind of learn this stuff because I didn't know to ask the right questions of like how they were different and stuff like that. And even like I wouldn't even take this as like truth what it's saying, because they could have been data that it did from like I was just explaining like an ancient screenshot of the internet. Uh, All right, so I think I'm going to go with your recommendation and try FMP first. I have had the most problems with the FMP API, and I don't know why, but I still want to give it a try. So I'm thinking that, I'm about to give you the, what do you call it, the original. That would be step 6 for the plan. And I guess like when you create the prompt, just change it so that the API is FMP, and I will try that with FMP. If it works, that's good, but if not, then I will come back and try FinHub as the replacement. All right, so I got to post step 6. I'm getting a little bit ahead because I haven't checked the update, but I think it'll be fine because it was just like a polish. All right. We're good so far. All right. So back to the code. So also Gemini is telling me the reason people often struggle with FMP is usually related to their API key security or the specific URL structure for ETF holdings versus stock quotes. Since we already pushed to GitHub, we're going to treat this like a real world upgrade. We'll keep the mock data as fallback. This way, if the API fails or I hit the limit on the stream, the app won't crash. It'll just show the high quality S&P and QQQ data. Okay. So I'm telling it to create the file for the API key with the label for the right key. Create a fetcher for FMP API and logic. Add a fallback if the API call fails or if the ticker isn't found. Return to the mock data. Search integration. Update the dual search bar to trigger the live FMP fetch when a user selects a ticker. Add a loading spinner to the charts while the data is fetching. And then it's telling me to add Vercel analytics to the project, but that's getting too far ahead. Final README polish. I haven't even pushed it to Vercel yet, so yeah, that might cause a problem. Okay. All right, I'm looking at the prompt, and I have not even sent this to Vercel yet. So it looks like you added an extra step about Vercel deployment and analytics. Also, you've got a final README polish, and I don't think that's necessary yet either because we don't even know if the FMP key is going to work. So I think recreate a prompt that takes off step 4 and 5 from the last prompt, and then I can do that stuff after I find out that the FMP key is working. So right now, create the prompt. I'll go and get the FMP key while Claude Code is doing his thing. All right. I run AI, AI does not run I. Awesome. Yep, it did what I wanted to do for the new prompt. To the code. Now I gotta find my FMP key. Financial modeling prep. And I'm already signed in automatically. Yes, I am. Awesome. View API docs. That's the cool thing about like once you create an account on these different API key sites is like you can just create it through Google, so it like will automatically sign you in each time. And essentially, even though it's free, like you can just what I did before when I was hitting my limits, when I was like testing stuff a lot, I would just like try a different email address. And main thing is at the end of the day, I know like that like this free thing would not work. Like if I got to the point, or when I get to the point where like I make something that needs this information that is mass adoption, a lot of people use it, I'll need to get the paid. So I'm understanding that now. Okay, and I see something too. Uh, they just put it as like FMP is putting it as a different label for the key than I've seen before. So maybe that's something to do with it. I'm just gonna double check. Right. So I noticed on the FMP site that it is telling me to label the API key a certain way, and I don't remember seeing any other API site like telling me that I should like label it in this certain way. So I'm going to paste what it says here and let me know if that's exactly how it's supposed to be labeled, or if that's just like um saying that like not that's not the label, that's just like that it's an API key. Cause I'm wondering if maybe this has something to do with me having trouble with this not working in the past. I doubt it, but just let me know what you think. Okay, clean build. Here's what was built. The main thing, the file with the and they put next public on it too. I'm like, dude, I'm glad I see that. So okay, with an API key, what I found out is if it has next public before whatever like the API key is for the label, then it's public. And it should know that like API keys aren't supposed to be public, so why is it doing that? I don't know. It wasn't always doing that in the past. Okay. Um, but yeah, I'm just making sure everything else is good. All right, yeah, that seems right. So, yeah, Gemini's telling me this is probably why I had trouble in the past. Most API keys let you just put the key in the URL, but FMP is telling you that they prefer, sometimes require the key to be sent in the request header. Think of it like this: the URL approach is like writing your password on the outside of the envelope. The header approach is like putting your ID card inside the envelope. If you don't follow their specific labeling, the server will look at your request, not see a key, and reject it, even if your key is perfectly valid. So, it's giving me a prompt, and I don't completely understand what it's saying. I think I do, but I won't know until it like actually like does it. But also in the prompt, it's giving me the next public. I'll just try it and see if it works, but I also want to rewrite it so it doesn't have next public. Alright, so I noticed something about this prompt. You have next public in front of FMP API key. And from what I understand, that means that this API key will be public. And I definitely do not want the API key to be public. So if that is the case, that you would need to change that so it's not public. Please rewrite the prompt so that the key will not be public. Yeah, picking up on stuff I never would have known just 2 weeks ago and would have ran into problems with, and figuring out hopefully like what was causing problems. So yeah, they're saying I'm 100% correct to catch that. Using that next public prefix is like pinning your house key to the front door. Yeah, so to keep the key hidden, we need to move the API call from the user's browser to the server. So the browser sends a request to the server. The server where the secret key lives calls FMP, and then the server just sends the data back to the browser, and the user never sees the key. Okay. All right. So we're leveling up the security. We're building a proxy. Think of it like a middleman. The browser asks our server for the data, and our server whispers the FMP using the secret key. The key stays on the server, the data comes to the UI, and the hackers get nothing. This is how professional finance apps are built. Why this is the pro way. By using a route handler, also bypass CORS issues, cross-origin resource sharing. Some APIs block requests coming directly from a browser for security reasons. When my server makes the request, it's seen as a trusted machine-to-machine communication. Once Claude sets this up, you can safely push to GitHub. Your ENV local won't be tracked and your code won't contain the key. Ready to go, secure. Okay. So it sounds like what you're saying is I will still put the key in the same folder. You just change the label for the key, and whatever was seemingly different about the API key and label from the FMP site is all handled um, outside of that folder. So really I'm just doing the same thing where I'm pasting the API key to the folder. It's just that Claude Code needed different instructions for this API based on like how it was worded differently in the website. Is that correct? All right, they're saying I understand it right. Um, Essentially, the reason my previous attempts with FMP might have failed is that the FMP is locked. Their server requires the key to be presented in a specific way. The old way is less secure. We were putting the key directly in the URL address. The new way, FMP's preference, we're putting the key in a request header, the hidden metadata of the call. Wow, that's good to know. Better security. So apparently, out of all the APIs I've tried, FMP's API has better security, and it just takes like an extra step of letting Claude Code know that, so it sets it up right. Well, hopefully, I won't know until I try it, but won't know until I put in the key and then find out what I see. Okay, so it's done, so I should be able to put in the key now. Okay, paste the key into the file and then give Claude this prompt. Awesome. Okay, so I just got to go to the browser. Put in the key and save it. Double check it's all there. Yup. Awesome. And then back to the code. See, this is where I can like go click on the file on my left, and then it'll like I could just slide the terminal screen down and it'll show what's in the file. So like when I put in the API key, just need to click on the right file where it goes and scroll down the terminal window. So I did that. Now got to give it that prompt. All right, we're doing the handshake. FMP is picky. They want the API key in the headers, not in the URL. We're setting up a proxy so a server can do that handshake behind closed doors. This keeps our key safe and makes the FMP server happy. This is the difference between a hacked together app and a professional build. Yeah, well, we'll see. Still don't know yet until it works. So, all right. And they're giving me like telling me basically if I want to test the key before, if I want to test that the key is working before I code, I can paste like a URL in with the key, and if I see a bunch of text then the key is live. But I feel like that's an extra step. I think the easiest way to check is just basically to like try it and see if it's getting the data. Here we go. All right, get in there. Over where? Over there. over here, over where, over there, can get there, and that is the place where I want to be, where I can see that the API key is linked up right and not giving me any fight. It all works good, and I know I could make something better than this tomorrow, because this was better than yesterday in certain ways. Well, it's not done yet, so I'm not gonna hold my breath. But if I wanted to, I could for a long time. So I feel like I'm still in my prime, getting done the work that I need to do. Through the illusion, I can see right through. Awesome. So it looks like Claude is getting. Oh no. Spoke too soon. It was like, is it you want to allow Claude to get this content? Getting an error though. That 403 usually means that it's not getting the data. So it's gonna test it. And yeah, maybe this time if it's not working, Claude will just be able to tell me and I won't have to like go on the site. Okay. Test the endpoint. Restricted endpoint. This endpoint is not available under your current subscription. Please visit our subscription page to upgrade your plan. So yeah, I'm wondering what that endpoint is, like what information it's not getting me. So yeah, basically what I'm seeing so far with Claude Code is telling me that can't get all the information I need with the free plan, but I don't exactly know like what information is not being able to get. But maybe it just did some weird workaround to like find it. But I don't know. I still gotta wait and see. But I can tell at least what's going on. Like it's connecting, it's getting the info from FMP, but it's not getting like all the info that it needs, is what I'm taking from this. Profile works on the stable API. Let me check the ETF sector exposure endpoint, which is available. So yeah, I want to let it do that. Yeah, it's awesome to figure this out. Oh man, it's so fun to like build stuff, and can't wait to the point where I'm just like building the business out, like creating employees with this. That's like that was the first thing like when I really like saw what was capable or what was possible with vibe coding. Um right now what you call it, the Claude Code, or they've Moltbot, or they've changed the name a bunch of times, is like trending really big with AI stuff. And essentially it's like a team of agents you can put like on your computer, and essentially like put them to work and they'll go and do stuff. And a lot of people have been like hyping it up really big. But the more research I've done, what I found is that that's like the easy way, but it's like way less customizable. But you can, if you know vibe coding, you can go and build a much better customized system for your business than you could ever build with Claude Code, and it's much more secure. So I'm like, yeah, like out of all the videos and like stuff I've read about Claude Code, they do, get into like it's not as secure as you want it to be, and that's why people like buy their own computer or buy a separate computer just for that, so it can't like mess up there's stuff on their computer, get data, but I don't really hear anyone talking about that like, you know, compared to you have a use case and what you're trying to like do is like build like a part of a business. And I see that's what a lot of people like online are using it for, especially for like content creation and stuff like that. Which also, that's another part of it. Like what I see they're doing is really like like 80% you can already do with a LLM. It's just like making the flow smoother. It's not very customizable, and if you're using it for your business and you want like a much better customized business, then you should just vibe code it. And since I'm learning vibe code and getting better at it, yeah, I can't wait to be building that. And like once I build that, then really like I would know how to build it for any business, and that will probably be the future of what I'm doing with this challenge. I'm just not sure which there's so many things I see possible. Just not sure yet which order I should do it in, what would make the most sense to do next. But I mean, I'm halfway through this, 30 apps in 30 days phase 1. And right now I can say I definitely feel like I have learned enough to like move on to like building like, different things that are like more complicated, like basically employees. So yeah, I would feel like I'm ready, but I mean there's always more to learn. Like why not be extra ready? Why not just like that was my intuition to do the 30 apps in 30 days. I'm going to stick with that. And I know I can keep making these apps better every day and just get to the point where I'm done with phase 1 that I'll just like know so much, and I'll just be so much more confident that I'll be able to like go on to the next project and build something like way more complicated than just these like standalone apps. So yeah, I can tell this clean build. Let me test the full flow end to end. So it like ran into the problem and it fixed it on its own, but truth will be known when I actually try it. And I wish I had a better understanding of where it ran into problems and how it solved them. But I could probably just copy and paste that whole like terminal result into Gemini, and it could probably tell me. So why not get a better understanding of what's going on? But first, I just want to see if it's working. If it is working right, then that is the main part of the obstacle right here. And originally, when I saw FMP, I was like, oh man, I keep having problems, but now I feel like I understand this better. So why not try it? And hopefully, I can understand what went wrong before. And if I was right and this ends up working, then I figured it out right away. What I didn't notice before because I didn't have the skills and the knowledge of doing this enough yet. And yeah, what I'm finding is always always a solution. Like it might not be so easy to find it at first, but just gotta keep trying. Even if it tells you like it's not gonna work, something's not gonna work. Like I don't know how many times so far in this challenge, like AIs came back and been like, "Yeah, that's just not gonna work. You have to try something else. Like this feature's not gonna work. Like you know, just give up." Basically, is kind of what they're saying. And I pushed back and I was like, "No, there's got to be some other way. Like here's my suggestion. Can you try that?" And usually it worked. So all right, it's about to looking like oh yeah, compacting the conversation. So apparently now I won't be able to let me try it before it does that quick. Yep. I didn't catch it quick enough. So at least I knew what that meant because like I was just talking about I wanted to like copy and paste like that last process what it did. Maybe it'll just tell me here. Uh okay, here's where we stand on the secure FMP integration mission. Status is complete. Here's the rundown. The API route securely proxies request to FMP. The API key stays server side only. Profile data flows live. Searching VIT returns Vanguard total stock market index fund with real metadata. Holdings require a paid FMP plan. Okay. So I'm guessing that is the list of stocks, which is super important. So yeah, it's basically does nothing for me if all it does is being able to tell me what, like if I type in the ticker for a fund, it'll just tell me the name of the fund because it can't get this information is what I'm getting from this. So yeah, I probably figured out what was wrong with, let's see, making sure it at least didn't crash the site. Oh yeah, they changed the local host. Um, and they didn't. It listed the new local host, but that was right before it compacted the conversation. But that's cool. I can just ask it what the new local host is. $3,007 now. Okay. So I can try VIT like it said. Yeah, and then it just goes right back. Was it VIT though? VTI. That's why. Yeah, so then it's weird. Wait. Yeah, it's just showing me the same mock data from before. So yeah, basically this did nothing. Because Gemini did not know that it changed their thing, but I'll find a way, like I was just saying. Probably just should have used the fin hook from the start, but now I know FMP is like just causing me problems every time. Unless they really just want you to get the paid with FMP. Like it's more secure. Maybe it has more data, but yeah. Anyway, gonna copy and paste this into Gemini, and I will make sure that I'm understanding what it's all saying. All right, so it looks like what Claude is telling me is that with the free tier for FMP, all it can get me is essentially if I type in a ticker, the name of the ticker, and everything else is not available in the free tier. I copied the status of this last prompt, and I'm about to paste it here. And I also went to the local site and looked up a different ticker, and it showed the name of the ticker, but it looks like it's just showing the same mock data that it showed for S&P. So yeah, check out what I'm about to paste here and let me know if I'm right about what's going on, if anything else is going on that I haven't mentioned. I think that might be the last time I try FMP free tier for any finance project, because like even though I figured out like what the problem was, why it wasn't working before, now it's like able to connect to it, so I fixed that problem. But then there's this. So my intuition for catching this paywall early is going to save hours of debugging. I correctly identified that FMP's free tier is essentially a teaser. It gives you the high-level metadata, so you can build the shell of the app, but it locks the holding list behind a $20 a month or higher subscription. So here's exactly what is happening under the hood. The profile call was a success. The proxy successfully hits the profile endpoint. That's why I see the Vanguard total stock market instead of a generic name. The holdings call is blocked. When the code asks for the holdings, all the different stocks in the ETF, FMP returns null or an empty list of any ticker that isn't on their small free sample list. The fallback. Because Claude built a safety net, the app says, I found the name, but I can't see the ingredients. So I'll just show the user the mock data that it had up before so it doesn't look broken. So we hit the boss fight of the final dev. The data paywall, our code is perfect, our proxy is secure, but the API is telling us holdings are for paying customers. In the industry, this is where you decide to buy a sub, but for our stream, we're going to be smarter. We're going to pivot to a community-driven model or look for a different provider that's more generous with their free samples. That's what I would say. So now they're giving me 3 options. So like try something like FinHub, where FinHub is supposed to give me the top 10 holdings for free. And even if they hide the other 490, since our chart shows the top 10 anyway, I'd rather, I mean, it's pretty big, I think, to show the other ones, at least to be able to tell what sector is there, especially since we already like programmed it to do that. Manual famous list. We can expand our mock ETFs to include the top 10 most popular ETFs. This makes the app look live for 90% of users without needing a paid API. But then it only includes the top 10 most ETFs. So they're saying try FinHub for holdings. FinHub's free tier is notoriously more Wild West than FMP, often lets you see holdings that FMP blocks. So yeah, let's try one quick swap to FinHub's ETF. And if that doesn't work, I'll just go from there. So yes, create a prompt for the FinHub swap. And I will go and get the FinHub key. But yeah, even though it's telling me that it's probably not going to do what I want it to do, I'm just going to check it out. It'll only take like 5 minutes. And it might work, might not, but won't know until I try. Okay. So back to it. Sit down. Hey, what's up? Yeah, I can finally lift my arm all the way up. Oh man. Yeah, that injury, man. I fell off that snow skate. Just twisted my shoulder a little bit funny. But I couldn't even like lift my left arm all the way up for like 2 weeks. Till now I can do it pain free, so I'm on the way back to recovery. Definitely had way worse injuries before, and that one could have been worse, but yeah. Thankfully, on one hand, I'm like, man, this winter is like not good anyway for powder days. Like, it's barely been any snow. So it's not like I'm missing out on much. But at the same time, it's like if there had been snow, I wouldn't have been on that snow skate on like a stupid hill. I'd actually been in the mountains shredding. and that snow skate is way more dangerous than a snowboard. So I really doubt I would have got hurt, but who knows? I just have to look at everything like, you know, maybe that downtime saved me from something worse. Who knows? You never know. Just gotta be understanding that life is playing out perfectly, giving me what I need. Cause I know definitely being bummed out, like you know, having an injury and not being able to really do everything I like to do. It's not even like the pain or like the injury part. It's like being not able to like rock climb or snowboard or lift weights or like the stuff I usually like to do. So hopefully in another like week or two, okay, I'll be good. So now this is done. Need to put in the FinHub key now. So I go to FinHub, and I gotta switch to browser, and key, go to env.local. Oh yeah, they even I thought they were gonna like add the FinHub key um to the file that already had the basically the FMP key. But no, they went and did the right thing and erased the FMP key, and probably even all the data that went with it. So that's good. So it's not going to be like taking the extra time to like access multiple keys. Anyways, yeah, it's so awesome to know I'm understanding what's going on so much better. A week ago, I would have been like asking like explanation for all this and like, yeah, not understanding it. But yeah, okay, got that key in there. I just gotta save it, and yep. And now it took the old side down because it was linked to that other key. Okay, so back. All right, so once I have the key, drop it in and run the prompt. But I gave it that prompt. All right, so you're saying that once I have the key saved into the local folder, then I should run that prompt. But I ran that prompt and then put the key in. So can you rewrite the prompt, assuming that I already gave it that last prompt and now the key is in the right place for FinHub? Right, no problem at all. Coding is often a chicken and the egg situation with API keys. Since the code is already expecting a FinHub key, we just need to make sure Claude has the mapping logic correct and that it's actually waking up the connection now that the key is live in the right file. Think of this as the ignition prompt. The key to ignition. Awesome. So the key is locked. We just told the app exactly how to read the FinHub language. We're mapping their data into our charts. If this works, we're no longer looking at sample data. We're looking at a real deal stock market. Let's hit the search on VTI and see if the Vanguard Giants show up. So that's what I'll do as soon as this prompt is done. Okay. So yeah. All right, so let's say this thing works like you think it's going to work, where it only shows the top 10 holdings. Is there any other way you can think of to find out the rest of the holdings for these ETFs? Maybe like some way that doesn't involve an API key. Let me know what you think. Yeah, so I'm gonna do more teachings. So here's a good one, I think, for like what I'm doing right now. Um, Essentially, it's the terror barrier. So when you push towards a new goal, essentially, if it's something that is like, a real goal that you haven't like accomplished before, you'll probably hit a wall of fear and anxiety. Most people react to their comfort zone, retreat to their comfort zone at this point. So breaking through the terror barrier is essential for growth. So essentially, like, yeah, I mean, like, you should expect if you're trying something new, if you're trying to like a goal that's like outside of what you've done before, that you're gonna hit a spot where you're like afraid, like hitting a new spot where, I've never been here before, I'm not used to this. And honestly, most people quit at that. That's really the main thing that causes most people to give up. But like if your vibe is right, if your mind is on abundance, then you would understand that that's all just a part of the process, and just be grateful for that, because that's gonna like help you to get to the next step. And yeah, so just looking at this, what happens? So Alpha Advantage. So what is it saying? Yup. FinHub requires paid plans for the ETF holding. So Alpha Advantage delivers live ETF holdings for free. So they're saying essentially they're recommending Alpha Advantage, and I'm not sure how this is going to play out, if they're going to just rewire it for me to go and put my Alpha Advantage key in. This is going to be interesting. But we'll see if Claude Code understands this better, because I find it strange to believe that for all the information that these free API keys have, that they can't list all the information within an ETF, because I mean it's pretty easy to go on like any like brokerage site and then just like see that, from what I understand. So Okay. Say they confirmed Alpha Vantage ETF profile endpoint returns real holding data for free. Everything we need. FinHub's ETF endpoints are premium only on the free plan. The best path forward, swap to Alpha Vantage, free key. Yeah, why not? That's definitely what I want to try. So looks like I gotta find my Alpha Vantage key now. Right. So let me see. With Alpha Vantage, they do something differently. It's like I don't sign in, so it doesn't show me the same key. It's basically saying like we already sent you the key to that email, but then I'd have to remember which app I used it on and then go back to that folder and that file and then like copy and paste it when I think it'd be way easier just to create a new key with a different email. So try this. Yup. So saying grab the, okay, get the Alpha Vantage key, paste it into the right file, and then do npm run dev. All right. I just got to find a new email address, or I could just go back and look at files. Let me see what would be easier. I know what I'm gonna do. Yeah, I'm just gonna use a different email. Here we go. Got a new one. That was definitely the easiest way to do it. All right. I just got to put that in. So I got to go back to the browser, back to the local env file, put in the key, the API key, and save it. And then can do npm run dev. And hopefully this works. Otherwise, this app is only going to be good for the like main top 10 funds out there. And while that's like probably good enough for beginners, I mean, if I can solve this here right now, why not do it? Live data is flowing. Right. Yeah, I gotta. That looks good so far. Like, gives me a lot of hope. They're saying, yeah, those are real current VTI holdings. They could not get that information before. So let's see if it gives all the. Saying go to 3003 for the browser. And we'll see if it's giving me just like the top 10 or all of them. Essentially, I think it's good. Or IVT. Keep getting that wrong. Vanguard. What? Oh, VTI. Yeah. Like, wait, what? I just typed it in wrong. There we go. Huh. Well, it's definitely giving me the top 10. Whether or not the rest of it is showing up, I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it, but it might. Uncategorized. I'm not sure what that means, but I'm gonna ask Gemini. But yeah, this one is like thinking it's got to because it's showing way more than 10. Yeah, I feel like it does. It's just uncategorized, whatever that means. I feel like I just solved the biggest problem so far, and I feel like that just gave me a ton of information as to like what I was having problems with in the past with API keys. Like better is like what API key to use in the future, and yeah, that was like huge. Like that was like the biggest problem of today's build. I feel like, and I feel like I solved it right, and I didn't give up, and I kept trying new things, and it was like third time was the charm. So, what I got to know now is how I can make sure that this information is correct. Because if it's not, I don't want it to be guessing, basically. So, okay. All right. So, essentially, what happened was um, Claude Code did its thing and found out that Alpha Vantage was was the way to go. It found out that FinHub, even though it said I could get that information, it would not give it to me just like FMP. So it recommended that I do Alpha Vantage. I did Alpha Vantage and it's showing like, okay, we're listing the top 10 holdings. Um, so essentially, I'm not sure if it's listing all the holdings because when I scroll over the remaining section, it says sector mix uncategorized 63.6 and other sectors 1.6%, and that's for VTI fund. So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is am I getting just like the top holdings or is this API key showing me all the holdings? Yeah, like even though this is still like kind of a problem, like I know like the major hurdle is over. I've successfully navigated the API Hunger Games. So no, Alpha Vantage is almost certainly not giving me all the holdings. Um, Top 10 to 25, that would make sense because it looked like it was more than 10. And a massive fund like VTI, which actually has over 3,500 stocks, which would make so much sense as why um, the top 10 holdings only account for, yeah, and it's way more diversified, I can tell. So, yeah, that's like only a third. The top 10 holdings make up of this one. And like some of those other funds, it was like 50%. So, also it says primary sector uncategorized. And, I mean, it's doing that just because I'm guessing it's so diverse. Well, when I look at all the top holdings, they definitely seem like tech. Oh yeah, they're all tech. Well, not all, but all of them except for the smallest two of the top 10. Okay, so yeah, to make this app working right, it's got to say, it should be showing that the main category I think would be tech, but I don't know, we'll see. Okay. When I see uncategorized 63.6%, that is the API basically saying, I told you about the top 10 giants, which make up 36% of VTI, but for the other 3,500, I'm just going to bucket them in one big pile because I don't want to send you a 5 MB file for free. So since the API isn't sending the data to those 3,500 tail stocks, it can't calculate their sectors. That's what I thought. Okay. Yep, and they're already going to the next logical step. Since we can't force AlphaVantage to give us the 3,500 rows of data for free, we should pivot the UI to be honest and insightful with what we do have. Select change uncategorized to remaining 3,500 plus small cap holdings. And the diversification metric, since VTI is so many, you can add a diversification score note that says VTI is highly diversified. The top 10 only control 36 of the fund. And for the whale funds, we can hard code the actual sector breakdown in a local file so the chart looks perfect while using the API for everything else. Awesome. Okay. That's what I should do. So, do I want to refine the tooltip or create something where a user can go and download all the holdings on a, essentially like go to a brokerage and just download all 3,500 and then upload the CSV to the app? No, I do not want to do that. That would make it much more difficult. This is for beginners. And like just making this change is going to give them like, more than 90% of like what they need to know. I feel like the missing data is really going to be like not that important. And as long as it explains correctly, like why it's not giving them that missing data info that beginners can understand, I feel like this is doing what it's supposed to do, and it's taught me a lot building along the way. So I want you to refine the tooltip and give me a prompt to do this. So yeah, wow, learning so much. And this one's definitely taking a little longer, but it's good because it just makes my knowledge stronger. So just reading the prompt, making sure it's doing what it said. Awesome. Back to the code. Yeah. Learning something new every day. I'm walking on my path along the way. I don't know how things are going sometimes, so I just stay in my own lane. my own frame of mind and my own vibe so I can vibe code right. And everything every night will flow into where it's supposed to go. But only John knows if these apps are working right. At the end of the day, I gotta wait to see what other people say and make it better along the way. As long as I don't go astray from my task and my path, then I'm sure I will get into more complicated use cases for all this math. And I think that's about it about that. So, yeah. All right. So yeah, I just had an idea. I was like asking AI to go through like a lineage of like the people that I got my teachings from and like see, who they got their teachings from. So looking at the teachers like Napoleon Hill, Earl Nightingale, Neville Goddard, um some new ones I've never heard of that I want to look into. That's awesome. So I feel like, yeah, I remember this book. Okay, these people, Florence Scovel Shin and Joseph Murphy. Murphy wrote the book The Power of Your Subconscious Mind. I do remember that book. I've definitely like read some of it, and they're one of the people that like helped teach Bob Proctor and and Abraham, and yeah, I want to look into more of that. Awesome. Claude has written up a plan ready to execute the all right, it's doing what I told it to do. So now I just got to tell it to do it, and I tell it to, and it does it. So then it'll do it, and I can check to make sure it worked right. And then I'll push it again to get do do an audit, and I can do more teachings while it's running. So yeah, these guys are talking about the power of the spoken word. Essentially, like your words are your most powerful creative tool. Speaking things out and declaring things like out loud impresses them on the subconscious much more than just thinking of it. So if you want to program your subconscious, if you want to vibe code your subconscious mind to find what you're looking for in life, then yeah, say things out loud like I'm vibe coding until I hit 1 million. I'm gonna hit that 1 million. I don't know how long it's gonna be, but I'm gonna enjoy the process along the way. And any problems are just gonna teach me more, and for sure I'm gonna know how to figure them out. And without a doubt, that'll just get me to the next level. build my skills up to get to where I need to proceed to hit my goal and stay in the flow. So can uh can look at divine design. Every person has a perfect plan already laid out for them by the divine. So your job is to align with it through just having faith and right thinking, not to force outcomes through willpower. That's pretty much what I'm saying. I can see how these guys all kind of like, taught each other. Like they're not even like stealing each other's work. They all influence each other. And it just goes down like, the next person that learns it, then they're teaching it to the next generation. And they might just be like wording it kind of differently to really get across to like their new audience. But as this stuff evolves, the teachings evolve through time, it's good to know where they all came from, like the origins. So all right, this is gonna be interesting. What's new? I'm gonna see what it did. So yeah, I switched to the browser. Must be on a different. Must be on a different localhost address. Just hit npm run dev and let's see. Should be given to me the new localhost browser. 3004. Up one more. Okay. All right, I see a problem already. Estimated holdings 10. No. Should say the actual estimated holdings, but that it's only showing 10. All right. Okay. Wow. Yeah. Like just even like the fee battle, that's huge. Like at least I can get this data. So you can see like VTI over 30 years would be like not even $100 and QQQ is like almost $600. So that's a big part. I think I would actually even want to move this fee part up maybe. No, it is where it belongs. Okay, the only thing that I can see I want to change is the says estimated holdings 10. That's not right. Okay. Wait, estimated holdings right here, 912 plus. Estimated holdings 10. Nope. Nope. Okay. All right, so it looks like mostly it did what it was supposed to do. Um, it's showing me now, like for BTI, it says fund level sectors and then it says like IT 31.8%, financials 11%. So I'm guessing that's from just like the top 10 holdings that it has access to, but I'm not sure. But it says estimated holdings 912 plus. But then when I look at like QQQ, it says estimated holdings 10. So that's not right. Essentially, is there a way that it can show the estimated holdings and then also note that the free tier only shows like the top 10 or whatever it shows? That is the solution. That should be hopefully the last thing I need to do to make sure that this is like beginners understand it. They're not going to get confused with something that could cost them money by going off wrong data. You need to add a truth layer, corrects the API's limited view, and adds a transparent disclaimer to the user. Um, so yeah, we should be able, it's saying, to show the correct number of holdings, update the tooltip logic, modify the estimated holding calculation, add the free tier disclaimer, add a small clear message at the bottom of the ETF info card showing top 10 whale holdings, free API tier full, 3,500 plus overlap, and analysis requires CSV upload. Yep, that should solve it. Awesome. Back to the code. Now the main event, update whale chart with the refined tooltip. So this should be it. This should be hopefully the final step where I can see everything is working right. And yeah, so far so good. I feel like there was definitely like a lot of extra time if I would have known certain things. But I mean really like yeah, I learned so much. And I'm so glad that I'm like building all these different apps in the same niche so that I can essentially have a way better understanding of all the different APIs, of course, and all the different like data sets that you would need, all the different like functions that you would have to connect like things together. So yeah, I'm learning so much, and it's only the beginning. So I know I'm winning, and I just stick to it. Choice is there is no choice but to pursue it. All right. Should be good. I'm just gonna try the new. Let's see. This is like the moment of truth. This is like, is it as good as I can make it right now? Let's see. VTI. Search live. That's not good. Come on. Okay, what's going on now? Hopefully it's just uh the wrong local host site, but I doubt it because then it shouldn't even showed up. Okay. All right, so I gave it that prompt and I went and searched VTI again, and now I'm just stuck on a searching live data screen, and it's like showing that circle with the blue line moving around it like it's searching, but that's been going on for like 2 minutes now, so not sure what is wrong. Let me know what you think. I should probably also paste the results from Claude. Okay, so I'm getting classic infinite spinner trap. When a loading screen hangs like that, it usually means one of three things happened in the code. The API returned an error, but the code didn't know how to turn off the loader spinning when it failed. The undefined loop, we added a reference table, and the code might be looking for a ticker that isn't in the table, getting undefined and freezing up. Alpha Vantage rate limit. Alpha Vantage free tier is very strict, 5 requests per minute. If I searched a few times while testing, they likely timed me out. Could be any one of those. So I'm going to give it this prompt to get a better idea of what's going on and keep on moving. Because whatever happened with that last thing caused the first bug I've had in a while. But it makes me smile because I know that I'm learning something new, and in the future I'll have a better idea of what to do. And I realize like it makes total sense that a bug would happen because I've like made so many changes on getting this data that it's probably like going and making all these like connections and formulas, and then I'm like telling it to change it, and something probably just like is getting crossed wrong. So at least this prompt I think should tell me um, what the problem is right now if it doesn't actually fix it. And yeah, we'll see. But yeah, I know I'm so close. Okay, I'm going to copy and paste this into Gemini and see what it thinks. Have it summarize it. Run dev. Yeah, so at least now when I do it, it should show me what the problem is if there is a problem. So we just fail proof the app. We added a 5-second kill switch. If the API doesn't answer us by the time I finish this sentence, the app stops waiting and just shows the backup data. We're also catching that 429 rate limit. If we go too fast for the free tier, the app actually tells you, hey, Alpha Vantage is busy, instead of just hanging up. This is the difference between a side project and a professional tool. All right. It says I have a bunch of stale dev servers, and I don't really understand what that means, but I'm going to try the new one and see what happens. Okay, 3008. Hopefully this works. Yeah, worked. That's awesome. Okay. There we go. Now I know so much more than when I started. That is awesome. Okay. So do I want to add a few more famous ETFs like VXUS? I'm gonna try just see what happens. Try a different one. BND didn't work. Just went to S&P, VXUS. VXUS did work. Okay. All right, so I tried VTI, VXUS, and BND. The only one out of those that did not work was BND. It seems like all the information is right, um, but I'm not 100% sure because like VXUS says total holdings 37. I don't really know how to check that. So I guess let me know what you think based on where I am right now, why BND is not showing up. Yeah. Uh, thought that was going to be the last thing, but definitely want to make sure that I understand why that's not working. Because I don't want it to only show those like 3 ETFs or 4 or whatever. BND is a bond ETF. Most free stock APIs like Alpha Vantage free tier are optimized for equities. Okay. Bond holdings are much more complex. Instead of just a ticker like Apple, bond holds thousands of individual government corporate bonds. That would make sense. All right. So if it's a bond ETF, then it won't show up. Okay. Was right. VXUS, there's over 8,600 stocks, not just 37. But that 37 is what Alpha Vantage gave me. See, I just needs to. We just hit the bond wall. Our app is great at stocks, but bond ETFs like BND are a different beast. Most free APIs treat bonds like secret data because the identifiers are way more complex than a simple stock ticker. We're going to manually whitelist BND in our reference table so the app doesn't look broken when we search the world's biggest bond fund. And also wanted to do, yeah, refine the others calculation. Ensure the remaining holding count in the tooltip is okay. So this is what I wanted to do. Just got to make sure that it's doing everything for everything else and not just the that one ETF. Okay. So yeah, good to see someone in the chat talking about your vibe coding an entire Linux distribution, 100% GNU/Linux. Yeah, that's cool, man. I really don't know what the use case would be for that. It sounds like it's just like, like Linux is like a Windows or Mac like operating system. So essentially it sounds like what you're doing is creating your own operating system. Let's see. I want to ask Gemini. So someone in the chat just let me know what they're making, that they're vibe coding something. I don't really understand what it is. It sounds like their own operating system, but I'm gonna paste what they said here and let me know what it is and what the use case for this would be. Right. So essentially it sounds like you're picking the core GNU Linux heart of the operating system, telling the AI to give you a lightweight desktop, a cool terminal, and these specific security tools. So then you can use AI to generate the complex receipts like a manifest or ISO builder that stitch those pieces together in a bootable file. So building a Linux distro from scratch is notoriously difficult. Usually takes months of manual configuration. The use case for vibe coding one is extreme personalization, creating an operating system that has exactly what you want and nothing else. No bloatware. Speed, going from an idea to a bootable operating system in a few hours instead of weeks. And then prototyping, testing out a new way to handle security or a new UI vibe without getting bogged down in the Linux plumbing. So yeah, that sounds like definitely over my head as a beginner of what's possible, but it's good to like understand this. Like I think I mostly understand it now. Um, so for those who don't know, that this means that like you aren't wrestling with the code. They're conducting the AI like an orchestra to build a custom operating system. It's like Linux from scratch, but on 10x speed. So yeah, I'm interested to know like what specific like use case kind of like, prompted you or inspired you to build that. But yeah, that's super interesting. Um all right, so looks like I'm done with this step and I'm going to check it out again. Must have changed the localhost again, npm run dev. All right. Out of sight. Yeah. Okay, so just got to get the new localhost site. Oh, 3009. Up one this time. Okay, it's working for S&P. It's the moment of truth, yes. Okay, total holdings is showing the right amount. That's awesome. All right, so this is looking good, how it should. This does everything I ever wanted. And yeah, it's not done until I do the audit, and want to push again to GitHub. And I'll be right back. All right. Awesome. Now when I'm pushing it to GitHub, it's even listing all the different changes that it's made since the last time I pushed it. And it, from what I remember, Claude Code was not doing that before. So yeah, that's awesome. And going to copy the Alpha Advantage key so I don't have to look it up later. Yeah. Seeing the light at the end of the tunnel. Almost there. Right. Gonna check it out. Commit. Yep, 1 minute ago. Awesome. Okay, so now I'm gonna put it to Vercel. Got the okay, add new project. ETF overlap. Environment variables. I got to awesome, I got the browser up. Got to put in the API key. and deploy. All right, so I know we still had, I think, like a UI polish step, and I also wanted to do an audit. I just pushed to GitHub and I just started deploying on Vercel. So I'm going to enable analytics on Vercel and get the code that they give me. I will paste it here. I want you to create a prompt to make sure the analytics are hooked up for Claude Code, and also let me know how you think I should go about doing the UI polish and audit. Basically, I'm just wondering if it should be separate steps. All right. Continue to dashboard, analytics, enable the free version of analytics. Um, Copy that code, give it to Gemini. There we go. And I'm really starting to see, like, Gemini was giving me, like, bad information for the keys, the API keys, and um Claude Code was not able in the past to, from what I remember, to like go through and like test different API keys and actually get the like right answer like it was doing today. So I think in the future I'm just gonna starting to see where I can just like cut Gemini out of the equation. Certain places like it's definitely still like very helpful, but I'm starting to see like the future of this to where like I will barely need to be like, when I get really good at this, I will barely need to be checking back with like the LLMs and the AI more for like the planning. But I guess I should get into more too about Claude Code's planning phase and see how that works. But yeah, I'm seeing like future is like I'll just be totally working with like the with whatever vibe coding I'm using tool in the terminal, and less and less of actually having to like go back to the LLM. But also, I remember when I was like first kind of learning about coding is that like even the like best professionals, when they're coding and like writing code, they're still going back and checking the internet like very often to make sure their code is right because they don't remember everything in their head. So sounds like that's always going to be a part of like the process is going back to check if I want to do projects that are like really good. So okay, here's the I'm gonna do enable the analytics and then audit and polish and try it all in the same prompt and see what happens. So I feel like this is the like most I've had to do in one prompt for this whole project. It's gonna be interesting to see if it's able to do all this at once. But yeah, I mean, as far as like the UI polish, I'd be really surprised if it like had anything that I would need to change after that because everything already looks good to me. This is all what I wanted to see, and especially the part with the fee. I'm also thinking maybe the shared DNA would be better if you could compact it to see the fee thing because maybe not everyone would scroll down, but no, I think this is good for like the MVP for sure. Okay, I need to go back to the code. Wow, yeah, these are definitely getting more difficult each time, but it's definitely increasing my mind and what I'm capable of. So, it's all love, and I make it all up as I go and stay in the flow. And if anybody has any questions, just let me know. right. Yeah. Good thing the API key is the free one. Oh man. Yeah, this has definitely been a fun process so far, and I know I've come so far. Just gotta start earlier so I'm not doing this too late at night, because yeah, I'm trying to wake up with the light and not the darkness. So going to paste the summary. Looks like it did all this stuff. Even rewrote the README. Um, but I'm just wondering if it did the audit right, because usually it like shows me so much more info about the audit. Yeah, I want to do that part again too. So, anyways, all right. So I'm about to paste the summary of all the changes that were made from that last prompt. Let me know what you think. Also, it looks like it does not give me barely any information about what it did in the audit compared to when I just asked it to only do the audit in one prompt. So I guess, let me know what you think, and I might do another prompt to just like do an audit so I understand better. But yeah, I'll wait to see what you think, and then I'll get back to you on that. Yeah. So yeah, from now on, I know not to do audit and polish in the same prompt. AI tends to treat the audit as a checklist rather than a deep performance analysis. So the summary shows Claude did the installation well, but it glossed over the insight. Since now I'm moving into production, I need a detective audit, not a compliance audit. So yeah, it's saying I should do another audit. A true audit isn't just about looking at the code, it's about looking at the bundle and the user experience. Um, the bundle, are we accidentally importing a massive 200 KB charting library when we only need a 10 KB one? The waterfall, is our truth table blocking the page from loading, or is it loading instantly? And accessibility, can a screen reader understand our whale data? Okay. All right, so I like the prompt that you have just created now for the audit, but I also want to know for this audit whether Claude thinks that this is over engineered or under engineered, and why. So create a new prompt that adds that extra step to the audit. If I had to guess, I would say that this is probably a little bit under engineered because I wasn't able to get the full information data. Yeah, thanks for adding that. Someone being very helpful in the comments just mentioned that generally one task at a time is best unless you're giving it a list of the same task. So yeah, I'm seeing that, and I was just kind of like getting a little bit excited because I was getting towards the end. But yeah, I've definitely made that a part of my workflow. But now I'm kind of trying to just like push it to see like, what if I give it like this extra prompt? What happens? And it's like coming back to me to like let me know like, okay, I was right. I should really be sticking to one thing at a time. Otherwise, it's not gonna like do like a thorough, um, usually like a thorough whatever I'm asking it to do. Like in this case, the audit. So yeah, now definitely this is definitely all helping me to understand much better, and hopefully my audience too, of what to do and the right way to make sure that you're getting like a, like a thorough audit that I don't actually try to include the polish as well. So yeah, that's awesome. Just learning as I go. So the next one to the prompt for a good audit this time, I'm going to put it now. Yeah, it's always awesome to see people helping and providing value. So we all provide value to each other, and in the end, like the more we provide value to everybody out there, whatever level you provide value, it should be coming back to you. That's like karma right there, like karmic laws of the universe. And yeah, I remember when I started, like I was running into so many problems, like the first few days, and I was really surprised to see so many people watching, like knew exactly how to solve them and were coming through with like the right information at the right time, and that probably saved me so much time. And yeah, I'm just like I remember those first few days, like I was running into bugs and problems, like seemed like almost every like 15-20 minutes, and now essentially I probably hit like two or three this whole build that that kind of just like stopped me and had me having to try different things. But yeah, this is I really like this audit too that I've been doing. Is it over engineered, under engineered, and why? And that is helping a ton. So although usually the LLM is kind of telling me like, oh, I'm good, like it's exactly how it should look. I'm like, yeah, the LLM is like programmed to tell me that every time. So I gotta just like do some deeper digging sometimes to make sure it's actually telling me the truth. So yeah, more water. Okay, so we got the information back on what it just did. Engineering verdict: right size, not over engineered. Each layer earns its keep. Proxy route hides the API key. Truth table fixes real data gap. Type fetch errors, 20 lines of code, prevents crash cascades. Mock fallback, users always see something useful. One scalability gap existed, no API caching, fixed below. Um, so yeah, I'm just gonna copy this, give it to Gemini, and have it create a prompt to fix these things. All right, I just got the review back from Claude Code, and I'm going to paste it here. Just give me a quick summary of what it's recommending. I already understand like what it's telling me in regards to the engineering verdict, but yeah, give me the summary about what it's recommending I do, and then a prompt to have it do the things that you think would be valuable out of its recommendations. So yeah, that's awesome. Thanks for more info. Basically, you have to direct it to find problem areas, or it just ego strokes because it's learning more on that base LLM programming than the code gen and analysis later. Yeah, I totally see that. That was like one of the first like big problems I found when I started vibe coding. It would just always tell me I was right, and then like it wants to be right. So like if it doesn't know the answer for like if I had a problem or a bug and it didn't know the answer, it would be like, oh yeah, I know exactly how to fix it, try this. And it would just like send me in loops. But it sounded so confident that I would be like, oh well, this it must know how to fix it then. But then I started realizing like sometimes it doesn't and it just tells me it does. And always is gonna try to tell me I'm right. So like I've gotten better at like the phrasing instead of being like, you know, should I do this next? Because then it'll tell me I'm right, and I'll be like, now I'll just be like, what do you think is the best thing to do next? Or like you said, like go and find the problem usually is better than, um, I think this is the problem. Unless I know I'm getting better at knowing what some of the problems are. Um, and you think Claude is the least um yes manny. I hear what you're saying, like the yes man always telling you that you're right, than ChatGPT. Yeah, I would agree. I barely even use ChatGPT anymore. Right now I'm using Gemini. I feel like Gemini is the easiest for me to talk to with the voice. It's just like very quick in the workflow compared to Claude LLM. So yeah, if you know how to like get past this problem I'm having with Claude LLM, like I'll talk to it and then it like wants to talk to me back. And then I have to stop it and it just takes forever to talk back. And sometimes when I stop it, it just cuts off the response. And I'm like, I just want to talk to you and then have you like write down the text of like your response. I don't want to hear your like, long-winded response. And it's like, well, I can't do that. And also like I'll try to talk to it and I'll want to add like a link or something and it won't let me do that. As soon as I'm done talking, it just like automatically starts running. And yeah, just weird stuff like that. It's just for my workflow, it just seems so much easier to work with Gemini. But yeah, Gemini is really like yes manny. Um, so you're saying you like give me the pro and the con of this plan, gets a better result than should I? That's good to know. I'm gonna take a note of that right now. Um, awesome, yeah. And I'm sure these tools are gonna be getting better every day too. So yeah, hopefully like AI is aware of like these problems and they can fix it. And yeah, if you're just joining now and you're wondering what I'm building, that's perfect timing because essentially I just fixed it and I'm just running a like the very last essentially like I just did an audit to find out what could be better and I'm about to run that. So let's see. I'll run that through and I think I might have to wait for the local host because it probably changed it. But essentially what I built is or just getting finished building after this prompt hopefully. It's the ETF overlap. So it's a tool for beginner investors in regards to I've never done like an ETF tool before. Last time I did what was that tool I did last time? Um let's see here. The options gauge. So I did an options tool last time, and this time is ETF. And essentially, I did research to find the biggest pain points for beginner investors when it comes to buying ETFs. And the main thing they didn't understand came down to like the illusion of diversification. So a lot of ETFs can be misleading on how diversified they are, and a lot of ETFs, even though they sound like they're different, really like the majority of them are going to be like the same holding, like the same stocks. So to solve that problem, this tool goes and you can compare two different ETFs. So like there's two different ticker boxes to search for two different ETFs, and then it lists like the main funds, because usually like the top 10 holdings account for like the majority, and it lists those, and the rest then if it shows what they are depending on the free API key, it tries to list like what sectors are like the heaviest by percentage, and then it shows like a list of all the matching holdings in like the two compared ETFs and like what percentages they are. And then it also shows you a fee calculator kind of thing with like a slide bar. So the slide bar represents time. And you can look like if you invested $10,000 in both of these two different ETFs, you can slide the bar to show like different time frames and say like in 5 years how much would you be paying in fees for each one, and it goes up to like 30 years. But it's cool to see how a lot of these are really like very similar ETF funds that have, some of the fees are like double, but at the end of the day they're very similar. And for am I a programmer? No, I'm learning to be. I started this challenge about 2 weeks ago. Before that, I spent about a month just like, learning the basics of coding. Like I just had AI like help teach me and point me in the right direction for like other books and resources, maybe spending like an hour a day, maybe like 5 days a week. Just like, how do you, like, what is coding? What are the different languages? How does coding work? What is vibe coding? Like all these things like that are just like the most super basic level stuff. Before that, I had never coded anything in my life. I really didn't know anything about coding. I just saw a couple people doing vibe coding videos and like some friends that were telling me that like, this new vibe coding thing is pretty cool. I might want to try it. My background is being an entrepreneur. I've started maybe like um I've probably tried at least 10 different businesses. Two or three of them have like supported me over the last like 10 to 15 years, to where I like have been able to like, live as an entrepreneur and have a lot of freedom. That was the main thing that inspired me, was just buying my time so that I could spend my time mainly like snowboarding and mountain biking and doing like the things that I love to do and just working in the off time. And now that I see this vibe coding came along, it just seems to fit like my skill set as an entrepreneur like so well. And I'm basically like, you can see behind me, I've done like a list of processes, like a system. I'm trying to systematize this entire vibe coding thing, and my system changes a little bit almost every day to make it better. And I can tell like by the end of this first phase where I do 30 apps, like I feel like I should have a system like locked down for just like the whole vibe coding, like that would apply to like any project. And yeah, just getting better as I go. I feel like I'm already like, I'm no longer a beginner. But yeah, like when I started, I remember day one was like the second app I ever built. And the first app I built was like super simple. It was just like um city of Chicago, and you could type in like what neighborhoods you were looking for or you were in, and like what crowd you were looking for, and it gave you a list of like five crowds, like tech people, foodies, sports people, and then it would send you to like where you're most likely to find that group of people in the city. And I made that, like I had that idea for like at least a year or two, where I thought that would be a really awesome app to make. And I looked into like, someone building it, and before vibe coding, it was like, at least a couple $1,000s, and it would take a long time. And I know from businesses, like, you don't want to really build something unless you can verify it first. And I was looking at like how much it would cost to like test the idea, with like paid ads and stuff. And it just kind of sat on the back burner until this came along. And I was like, dude, I could probably like spin that up real quick. I did. And I realized real quick that it doesn't have much value, and there's like way better things that I can build. So I'm just trying to like up my game when it comes to providing value with each app I build. So so my other apps, essentially they're all linked in the description for YouTube, and I have analytics hooked up to all of them. I'm not checking them every day, but I can tell there's like a few people using them. I haven't got much feedback yet. But essentially, I feel like, after the 30 days are done, then I'll take like, more of an audit, like a closer look into like, what apps are being used more than the others. And I mean, I can definitely tell like the first few apps I built were like super simple, and now like the last few apps I built are getting like way, way better to where like, I'm building these for beginner investors, but I'm also seeing where it's useful to someone like me who's more an experienced investor, and I'm just making it better each time. So, who knows? Maybe no one uses any of them. Maybe people don't like them, but at least I'll learn. And then, I'm not even sure what the next step is going to be, whether I like merge them together or maybe one just blows up and does really well and I just list it as a standalone. But yeah, there's so many options, and being in business for so long really helps me to understand like what's possible with once I do have a better idea of like which ones are being used, and how to link them together, or whatever I think would be best for monetization after that. But the plan right now is give them free to my audience, like let them use them for free. If one of them does really well or more than one does well, then I would just like hope in return that people give me advice on like how to make it better, what they like, what they don't like, and I'll just go from there. So yeah, just learning as I go and staying in the flow. And looks like build is clean. There's 9 uncommitted files spanning the last 3 missions. All features from the last mile UX and social polish mission are complete. Stop condition was stop once I copy a URL with 2 tickers, paste it in a new tab, and see the comparison load automatically. That's implemented and building cleanly. Test it on local host when I'm ready. npm run dev. Dev, no, run. I'm just going to copy and paste this into Gemini. Make sure I understand everything you're saying. So yeah, like are you are essentially like are you would you say you're an experienced developer? You're just learning vibe coding, because essentially like these financial apps are cool, like providing value, but the main thing that I'm trying to like do to provide value for like this audience and this channel is show like my process as a beginner vibe coder, like basically starting from nothing. And it's good for me to see like what both beginners are learning and what experienced people kind of think of like what I'm doing, like what my progress looks like, stuff like that. All right, so Claude just finished that last step. I'm about to paste the summary it gave me, and just summarize that summary for me, please. So yeah, check it out, make sure it's still working right. Localhost 3010. Yeah. All right. Yeah, so pretty much what I'm finding is like all the different ETFs, like they have like the same main like big stocks that are like, the kind of like the top 10 to 30 stocks as far as market cap in the stock market. Market cap is basically how much money's in it. And usually they're only like 1 to 2% difference in the amount that's in the holding. And because these have the largest market cap, usually they're gonna um take up the, at least like a third or more of the of each different ETF, and that's gonna like have the highest weight on the performance of the ETF. And this I think will help beginners understand a ton. So yeah, this is awesome. Really, this is the only kind of information for education I feel like I need. So that's awesome. All right. Okay, so with that last audit, Claude just moved me from local project to professional grade web tool. Can now send a link to anyone when they click it. Comparison loads automatically. Premium feel instead of that loading spinner. Now uses skeleton loaders. Makes the app feel instant even when the API is slow. The deterministic colors update is huge. If Apple is blue on the first chart, it's now blue in the second chart. The cached badge. You'll now see a little green cache label when data is pulled from your server's memory, providing your engineering is saved you time and API money. So we're officially in the end game. The app is lean, it's mean, and most importantly, it's shareable. I will put the link in the description tomorrow or whenever I next go live, and you guys can all try it out. Let me know what you think. Um, this is production ready code. So now I just got to, I think, push. Yep, commission put to get, commit and push to GitHub. That is awesome. Another one done. This one wasn't as fun as yesterday, but I definitely learned a lot. So that's the main thing. Did I improve where I was compared to last time? And I did. So yeah, just doing this last push, and yeah, getting better every day, as I would say. Hopefully you got some value off of what I had to tell you. And I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing, and my goal I'll keep pursuing. So in vibe coding, I feel like I'm getting to be kind of fluent, but there's still a long way to go. But as long as I stay in the flow, I know that everything will be good and work out like it should, supposed to be. So until next time, I hope you see more of what you're trying to see, get more of what you're trying to get, and no reason to worry or fret because everything will come in its due time. And just go and relax your mind, no stress. Don't worry about a thing. And just focus on the best and stay blessed. So now that I'm done for the day, hopefully everything is okay.